an emotionally unavailable person, it is important to set clear boundaries for you and for the person. Now, there are physical boundaries, there are emotional boundaries. And boundary is just how you can protect yourself. Remember that your own emotion is also at stake. So even as you're trying to help the person, you are also protecting your own mental health. That it will not be because of the relationship you also fall into another mental health challenge. So it is important to set healthy boundaries. It is important to know when to stop, what to do, how can I help you. And also, even for yourself, provide a plan for self-care for yourself. You know, a lot of times we are in a relationship and we believe that this person is my all in all. Some people, when they go into a relationship, they let go of their friends. And as a matter of fact, you must also be careful of being in a relationship with someone and they are trying to cut you away from other important people in your life. That is another problem. Remember, this person is not available, and they can also want to send other people around you away so that you can only deal with the problem. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? So please provide a self-care plan for yourself. How do you want to manage your own emotions too? How can you also find an outlet for yourself? Another thing you can do is support group is very important. Support group is very important. I've talked about the importance of self-care and self-awareness. Seek support group. Support group can be amongst people where you can, a kind of program like this is a form of support group where you have the opportunity to share what is going on with you, not to continue to swallow everything that is going on in your relationship. Have people you can talk to also. I said that time some people will be in a relationship and their partner is the only person they want to be talking to. You need the company of other people. Especially when you are with someone that is not emotionally available. Or if you are the unavailable person emotionally, you need support. You need people that you can trust, people that have your interests in mind, that they can listen to you in a non-judgmental way. So finally, because I've tried to skip a lot of things because of my time, it is important to take care of yourself and not take responsibility for your partner's emotional unavailability. A lot of times we find ourselves in relationships. Yes, partners can push us to this point, and sometimes we can push ourselves to this point that we think it is our responsibility to bring that person out of that problem, or it is your fault. Oh, and the reason why this person is behaving the way he's behaving, it is not your fault. We have talked about the causes. Know that the causes has always been there, and sometimes people have a way of projecting their insecurities on you, and that is sometimes they can gaslight you. They relate, it's because you are doing this, that's why I'm not. It's because you don't listen to me. It's because you are not always with me every time. It's because you are not always around me. That is why I can't talk. And when I want to talk to you, it is not your responsibility. So don't put the problem of your partner. Don't assume that you are the cause of that problem. So please, that is very important. Don't feel it is your responsibility that they become what they become, so don't take responsibility for your partner's emotional unavailability. And it is important that you can't fix someone who is emotionally unavailable. If someone is not ready to get help, even in therapy, if someone has not come to the point where they are aware of their problem and they are ready to fix it, there is nothing you can do about it. So if you are seeing all this, so don't assume you are the problem. You are not the problem. It is very important to always draw the line between when you are at fault and when you are not at fault. Take responsibility for things that you know you did wrong, and don't take responsibility for what another person did wrong. So because that can be a problem for you, that can be a problem for you. It may, so in your time of, if your partner is not willing to work on being emotionally available, it may be time to reevaluate the relationship, because it is important to prioritize your own well-being. Either you want to stay in the relationship or you don't want to stay in the relationship. You know, the theme of last year Mental Health Day is that mental health is a universal right. Everybody have rights to their own mental health. And if there is anything that is threatening your mental health, there is a need for you to reevaluate it. Is it worth staying in that relationship, or you let go? You know, I'm not saying that we should not make efforts if we find ourselves in this kind of relationship, but you must know the limit to what you can do and what the partner needs to do by themselves. So I want to pause here. If there are questions, maybe I can, the other aspect that is skipped, maybe we can bring it up. I know I'm much more about
that was so beautiful. Personally, I learned listening to that. I learned a lot. And I'm just going to give a run. Yeah, just as she said, if you have questions, I have sticky notes, I can pass it around. And yeah, you can write down your questions. Alright, just as the session was going on, a very beautiful couple stepped in, so I just want to okay, so just signify if you have any questions. I'll pass the sticky note to you. You can write it down, or if you want to ask, we're gonna have a panel session so you can ask every question. But if there's anyone in your mind currently, you can put it down so you don't forget. So to run through what she said during our session. So one thing I want to note here is the aspect of self-care, right? Self-care. She talked about self-care. And in relationship, you know, whether you are in a relationship with someone or you're not yet in a relationship with people, she said something about people seeing relationship as a way out of maybe a current bad situation, more like your saving grace. You understand? A lot of ladies are, would I say, have that wrong notion. They want to get into a relationship because they want better lives, or they want to, you know, date a better man. That shouldn't really be your focus, really. If you're very particular about your self-care, about your personal development, about getting better, about making you the kind of person you want to be, by the time you get into a relationship, it would be sweet for you, as long as the other person too is also, you know, good enough as well. So, and she also mentioned setting healthy boundaries in relationships like this. I don't know, well, for me, dating an emotionally unavailable partner is not a very nice experience, but I would say, please prioritize your well-being. If you can't stay, leave. I beg. Like, it's not a do or die affair. If you can't stay, you can't change a person. There are certain persons that are not willing to change. So if you can't, please, just with all due respect, please leave for your own sake. Alright, so very quickly we'll be having our second speaker, and our second speaker will be taking us on the route of finance and career. So we've heard a bit about relationship. Now let's go finance and career, because of course these aspects of our lives is pretty important as well. So I will be making welcome Mr. Calvin Uveki, and I'll be reading his bio shortly. As soon as I'm done reading his bio, please let's give him a round of applause as he comes off stage. So who is Calvin Uveki? Calvin Uveki is a professional in the financial services sector with a diverse background in pensions, insurance, and banking. He has been involved in several complex projects for various clients, applying the skills in risk management, data analysis, and regulatory compliance. He is currently a risk management consultant at one of the world's leading accounting firms. He loves writing and sharing knowledge in his spare time, and also loves the outdoors. Please, with loud ovation, let's welcome Mr. Calvin.
Morning, everyone. So while the slide is well now. So I feel like an outlier in today's program personally. I mean, most of what is going to talk about today is about mental well-being and the like. So, but at the end of the day, our personal finance is very important to us. So, I would like to thank the convener, Bagidi, for giving me this opportunity. He wants us to talk about something on loans and sports betting. So let me just tell you the conclusion of the whole matter at the beginning. If you want your personal finance to be at a high level, there are just two simple lessons at least that I've applied to my own self. Learn to budget, add room for error in that budget, and cut down on unnecessary lifestyle. I mean, if you can live below your means, it helps a lot in life. So let's start. So I want this section to be very interactive. So I don't know, this picture, can anybody just tell me their interpretation of what they see on this picture?
It means
Okay. There's no wrong answer.
are you coming in or going out? That's the thing. So they're like different.
You will find one of them.
One on your way out or your way in. Okay, on your way out.
It seems to this is the only way out. Personally, I didn't say anyway. I'm just saying somebody just taking the very
I can see a way out. There's a way out. Or sometimes it looks like the way out, there's no reward on the way out.
Yes.
That's very, 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 very interesting perspective. Okay, so scroll up. So things that I'm going to cover today will be basically inflation 101. I mean, we are currently witnessing it. Then things on personal finance. Then things on personal finance, and then just a bit of closing advice. So please go. Okay. I know most of us we are currently feeling the pinch of inflation. Can anybody? You've gone to the market. All of us we've gone to the market recently. Do you buy something? When you buy a particular item, if you go back, do you buy it for the same price? Especially since the new administration. Please scroll on. Since the new administration, pause. So since the new administration came in, they released the inflation number yesterday. Current inflation is 31%, and I'm sure it's way more than that. Before the election, it was about 21.9%. Dollar was about 460 naira, but now it's about 1,600 naira. So these things are all trickling in. They are all affecting us one way or the other. It's causing decline in our purchasing power. It's causing decline in our real return. It's causing increase in interest rates. So if I'm to explain, I'm sure decline in purchasing power is perfectly understandable by everybody. So if you are a salary earner, you receive a particular amount of money monthly, and there is now inflation, and you are still receiving the same amount of salary. Of course, you will not be able to buy the same thing you used to buy. Before, to eat a good meal outside, you spend maybe like 2,000, 1,500, or now, if you open your app on Global, if you want to eat something good, the minimum that you can spend now is about 5,000. So causes decline in purchasing power. And there are also, if you are the kind of person that likes taking loans, or you take loans for whatever reason, when the central bank, they want to address inflation, most times what they do is they increase lending rates, and it affects anybody that has borrowed from the bank. Also, decline in real investment return. When by this, I mean, if you invest, say, does anybody do pig invest here, or invest in pig invest and the likes? Okay, carry-wise, perfect. So if you put your money, you locked your money with them for say 1 year, maybe 100,000, they give you say 8%. Is that accurate?
Yes.
So 8% return. When you compare the return you get at the end of the day to your purchasing power currently, you are in the loss if you look at it. It would have been better for you to have spent that money when you were trying to save, spending on something than to have saved, because the real return on your investment is actually negative. So on a traditional finance sense, when you are making any investment, it has to be at least above the current inflation rate. As I showed in the previous slide, current inflation rate is about 31%. So if you're not making any investment that's yielding at least 31%, you're currently in the loss. So that aside, increase in unemployment. I'm sure you've been hearing in the news that companies, they are folding up because of high cost of operation and dollar scarcity. Generally, once there's inflation, it just leads to an unfavorable situation for everybody. But I'm sure what you're thinking is, I've said plenty of things. How can I handle this inflation? So, okay, so what I wrote here is what I personally do. I'm not ready to go into any textbook to give you knowledge. So this is what I personally do. Bulk purchase. If you buy, all of us do buy things in the market. So instead of buying things one, buy them in bulk. So for example, if you bought Indomie when it was selling Super, it's selling at about 10,000–15,000 naira now, right?
Yeah.
So if you bought maybe like three of those packs in sometime in November, it was selling it for about 5,000. You would have saved yourself a lot of money. I'm sure you are not going to eat the entire Indomie for in the space of this is just March. You wouldn't have eaten everything. But if you buy plenty, it will save you longer and save you money because you don't know the amount that you're going to buy that same item tomorrow. So that's a key thing that I do personally. Buy now. So let me give the example of I bought a fridge last year, high-sense fridge, sometime in September, and I bought it for 214,000. Guess how much that fridge is selling now? Just guess. Somebody guess.
57.
400.
Okay, so it's selling for about 368,000. If you, I'm sure people were talking about Starlink on Twitter that as of November it was selling for about 300,000. Guess how much it's selling now? 800,000. So if you have any plan to purchase anything, buy it now. As they say, there's this saying that the best time to plant a tree is 10 years ago, but the other best time is now. So if you plan, if you want to buy a phone, the price of iPhone has become more ridiculous. The price of phone is even more ridiculous now. It's better to buy it now than to wait because it's only going to be more expensive. Do not wait. If you have the money and if you plan to purchase it, just buy it now. Just close your eyes. So cost cutting. I mean, this is not feasible, but it's what we are supposed to do. given the current state of the economy, I'm sure it's not feasible to be. We're already struggling, so you want us to cut costs, but if you can afford to do so, maybe cut down on outing, cut down on things that you consider as unnecessary expenses. Yeah, so although personally I feel it's not feasible. So switch brand. Okay, this is the best thing I do. Zero brand loyalty. Me personally, zero brand loyalty. If I can get the same, if Golden Penny is selling at particular price, Power Pasta is also doing the same thing. Why should I be buying Golden Penny? What was the OB things? What was the OB deal? If Indomie is selling for like 10,000 and I know Mini or the other brands can sell for cheaper, what's so special about Indomie?
Special.
It's the taste. Yes, no problem. No problem.
That's how we change it.
So, switch brands if you can't. Because some brands, they price the fact that they are the top of the market at a premium. So, just switch. Well, this number 5, it's a bit. It's a bit. Yeah, so ask for a raise. I don't know. For switch job, of course, it's the easiest way to get a pay bump in the current high inflation rates. Just ask for a raise or switch job. I don't know. I don't know. It's feasible. I know if there are people working in banks here, we're hearing them because it seems like banks, they are increasing salary left and right. So they seem to be doing well. So if you are a business owner, to handle inflation, of course, just increase the price of the goods. Maybe the cost increases, pass it on to the consumer if it's possible, or at a sensible rate, because I don't know why it's selling for 2,000. I don't know what it costs. So, yeah, that's about it. This is one of the areas that Agidi wanted us to talk about, personal loan, taking loans. So, so I know we've all heard of all these fintech and PalmPay, OPay, Fairmoney, Carbon, Kuda, Remoney. A good thing about them, they democratize access to personal loan and personal loan generally. I used to work for one of the tier 1 banks, and I will tell you for free that it's almost impossible for you as an individual, if you know what a certain organization, to get a loan from them. They would never give you access to it. So, but the likes of the advent of these fintechs, they've allowed access to personal loan to be easy. But there are certain things generally that you should know when you want to take out a loan. So I'll just run through some of those things. The first question you should ask yourself is, do I need it? And the first thing is, know the purpose of the loan. Why am I taking this loan? If you are taking the loan to throw a birthday,
to your WhatsApp status.
So you ask yourself also, can I save towards this particular thing I want to take a loan from? Take a loan for? Sometimes you could have the money, but you just need additional boost to meet up with the particular thing you want to buy. You can ask yourself, can I buy something less expensive? Can I afford the loan? Affording the loan, in the sense, it's in the second part, total cost. So generally, when you see any bank or see any fintech advertised loan, you have to ask yourself, what kind of loan is it? Is it an amortizing loan or a simple interest loan? If it's an amortizing loan, the interest that they are calling, it's probably lower. The real interest that you will pay is probably lower than the interest that they are calling. But if it's a simple interest loan, the interest you are paying, that's what you're paying. So by amortizing loan, what I mean is each month you make your repayment, your principal reduces. I'm sure we remember simple interest, compound interest from secondary school. So each time you repay the loan, your principal reduces, and the interest for the next month is calculated based on the reduced principal. So each month you make your repayment. So effectively, the interest that you pay on that particular loan is lower than what they call. So for example, if they call say 24% per annum, and in real sense, the amount that you pay will be lower. But if it's a simple interest loan, it means that the original principal that you collected is what the interest is being applied on. I don't know if okay, so other costs include fees, penalties. If that particular loan has a penalty clause, can you afford to pay the penalty if you are saying maybe a week late on payment? So, terms and conditions. Do they have access to your contacts? I'm seeing sometimes I get ridiculous WhatsApp message that this person is dead just because they took loan from some gear company. So you have to look at the terms and conditions, assess it properly. So alternative source, if you have a good relationship with your friends and family, you could borrow interest free from them. But if you establish that pattern that okay, they borrow you money and you pay as when you're not the one that they'll pay and they'll be begging you to repay the money, please. So you can borrow from conventional bank if you have access to it. And I know the likes of GT, Stanbic, Stanchart, they give professionals, depending on the organization that you work in, they give you access to loans at a lower rate than what we Okay, time to talk about sports betting. Has any of us done played one or two odds before sports betting? Me, I've done, so please, let's So, okay, so personally, I feel when you are doing sports betting, it's a game of skills. It's a game of skills. And if you do not have the skills, then if you do not have the skills, then don't do it. So these are just the stats for some of us that pretend that we don't do sports betting. How is 730 billion annually spent by Nigerians on sports betting? So, over 60 million stores that you see sporty bets all over the places. So, as I said before you consider doing sports betting or continuing it, I believe it's a game of skill. It's a game of data analysis. You look at trends, you look at performance of the team that you are saying that it's going to win, or you are putting the odds on saying it's going to win. You are looking at it, you are making informed decisions, which sometimes most of us do not do before we place that bet. And it's also a game of luck. Man City could be doing perfectly well, and one small team one day just beat them after you place good odds on them. So it's a game of luck, it's a game of data analysis, it's a game of studying trends. And if you do not have that ability, why go into it? Why bother? So I mentioned just now, why leave it to luck or why bother? Instead of putting that money in sports betting, there are other avenues that you can get returns from that is more conventional. That is, you know, your money it's secure. So you could try investment in equity, although there's a limited upside. You could see your return double or triple depending on the performance of the company. But there is a downside, meaning that there's also the possibility that you can lose your entire investment. So if you do not have the appetite for it, then let it. Then you could do fixed deposits with banks, depending on, I'm sure returns for fixed deposits is now even more attractive for banks. You can see up to 15%. So it's safe, but the return in real sense, when compared to inflation, is lower. You could do money market funds, maybe treasury bills, carry-wise, piggy vest. They normally invest, they have money market funds that invest in things like this. And you could decide to own your own business, although it's a unlimited upside but very high risk. Depending if you have a dream to start a business, as I mentioned, the best time to start anything is now. But remember, you're going it knowing that there's unlimited upside, but it's very high risk. So, closing advice: have a good relationship with your finance, just as you would have with your spouse or with your partner. I'm sure we already, so maybe not emotionally unavailable spouse. So have a good relationship with them. So what can you do to have a good relationship with your personal finance? First thing, as I mentioned at the beginning, budgeting. Budgeting helps you cut down on planned expenses and make room for miscellaneous. I've been doing that for about 3 years now. Daily, as I spend, I track what I spend on, and I won't complain that I can't complain that it has not yielded fruit for me. So try it. Spend on people you care about, and today we are basically talking about mental health. Spend on things that are fulfilling. So spend on people you care about. Spend on your family. Save if it's possible, because I know with the current economy, some of us, we are barely surviving, and so now consider saving. So when it's possible, try to save money, because at the end of the day, you are guaranteeing your future. You are setting yourself up for better things. Consider investing. There are different platforms that are out there. You have Bamboo, you have Chaka, you have PiggyVest, you have Marywise and the like. So just try and invest. And as I say, and I believe, the best investment you could do is investment in your own self. So if there's a book you want to read to learn more about personal finance, about if you want to listen to a podcast, there's a really good podcast, Morgan Hauser podcast. There are different podcasts, different books on personal finance, on money, and you could read those books. And if you have a course you want to do, it helps to invest in yourself. I mean, the place I am in now, it's based on personal investment that I've done in myself. The job I got with one of the big 4 accounting firm is because I had started a course when I was in my former job, and it helped me. At least it increased my pay a bit. Sorry, pause. So the last slide. So remember, the picture that we were looking at earlier, my own interpretation at the end of the day, there's no answer that's wrong. Because we have different paths, we have different goals. So the first thing to do if you want to manage your finances well is to know your own personal goals. It helps you drive the money you earn towards that goal. So know your own personal goal. What do I want out of life? Then you can position your finances that way, and you can achieve financial freedom depending on what you plan and what you do. So that's basically it. In conclusion, have a good relationship with your personal finance, just as you will have with your spouse or with your significant other. If you have any question, any inquiry, I have a personal blog that I occasionally post articles on, Shelvin's blog letter. And also you can reach out to me on LinkedIn if you have generally any inquiry about career, finance. Just reach out to me on LinkedIn, Kelvin the Baby. So thank you all for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
That's what I need to get out. Yeah, thank you. So I also love that session. Topic of finances. People go into depression because of finance. You know that, right?
Yeah.
So it's also a very helpful topic in terms of mind, body, and soul. Because if you look at it, most of the root cause or the basic reasons why people get depressed, because maybe they run into debts or they are facing financial challenges and all of that. So that is why you must really take good care of your finances, just as he has said. Have a good relationship with your personal finances. He listed some key things which I'm going to run through again. Budgeting. Personally, I would say I've taken that particular key point, budgeting, because I don't personally have this, will I say, you talk about tracking your expenses here. So I don't personally have this document where I say, okay, I'm tracking my expenses. I do it in my head, and I know a lot of us are guilty of that. So I'm going to take that, intentionally tracking my expenses. Probably you can have a document, a folder or something to track your expenses. So, and spend on things that are useful, that you actually really need and you love, right? Save. We can't emphasize this enough. Invest, very important. Read too. You can't do anything about finance. You can't do it on your own. When it comes to investing, you can't make informed decisions on your own. You need the right knowledge. And how can you get the right knowledge? By reading, by studying. All right. So right now, as we move on, we'll be having a documentary page right now. So I want us all to just listen and soak in everything that will be displayed here. I want you to listen attentively. So this documentary is titled "Sometimes Death Becomes the Only Option." Is it that deep? Is it that deep? Is it only me that thinks so? It's very deep. How? Do you encourage to say, okay, alright, let's listen to it, please. Let's watch it. Okay, as we wait for that to get ready, please, just like I said earlier, if you have your questions, you can write them down. I have sticky notes here. Whatever question that has come to you during the course of any session, please, I need someone to ask for sticky notes. Thank you very much. Yes. I am passing around notes. Please write down your questions. You can ask them if you want to, and you can also anyone else. I need us to, we can't leave here without questions. You are here to get answers to your questions. So anyone else? Any question at all? There's no stupid question, there's no stupid question. You know that, right? You know that, right? If it's too personal that you don't want to talk about, you can write it down. Nobody will know that it's whoever it's coming from. We are here to learn, we're here to connect, we're here for healing as well. Okay, I'm waiting for the third person. The third person. Okay. Okay. As we wait for that, so we don't delay any further. We're supposed to do this next, but I think we can just go ahead with this. So I want us to now. We are here. Okay, someone should tell me. I think we're a bit distracted, so I think I'm going to ask. Maybe there's someone here who doesn't know the theme of this gathering. I'm sure there's someone here who doesn't know the theme of this gathering. What's the theme of this gathering? What's the theme of this gathering? Of this event? Yes. Yeah. Sorry. Yes. Sometimes. Yes. Thank you, Ma. Thank you. Yeah. So that's very correct. Sometimes and that's what we're going to listen next. But for now, right? I want us to engage in a therapy session. Okay, I'm not a therapist, but I'm not a therapist, but I like to call it. Can we settle down, please? Thank you. I like to call it. Would I say a soul session? Let me put it that way. Soul session. A soul therapy. You can call it a therapy. You can call it a therapy session. You can call it whatever you want to call it. But it's an avenue for us to relax and Please, can we settle down? Thank you. We're about to engage in something interesting right now. So I would like each and every one of us to put our phones away. Thank you so much. I know your phones are so precious. Like, even my phone is precious. Our phones are precious. I know that we have a lot of internet billionaires here. So, but for now, just give us like 10 minutes or 5 minutes. Thank you so much. Alright, so we're going to be doing something, a short exercise very quickly. So this is something that I want us, yes, it's a mind therapy session or a soul therapy session. And I want each and every one of us to engage in this. Now we're going to embark on a journey of self-discovery and healing. Like I said before when I started, a lot of us need to heal. There are certain, as humans, we're not, okay, are you ready? Okay, let's listen to this. Alright, we're going to embark on a journey of self-discovery and healing. Now I want you to, wherever you're seated, sit comfortably, wherever you are. Just relax. Don't steal yourself, just relax. However you are, relax. Right? And I need you to close your eyes. Don't worry, I'm not going to kill you. Come on, are you scared? Are you scared? Just close your eyes, feel free, close your eyes. Okay. Now gently close your eyes and take a few deep breaths. Inhale deeply through your nose, filling your lungs with fresh air. Now hold your breath and exhale slowly through your mouth, releasing every tension or stress. Taking another breath. With each breath, allow yourself to sink deeper into relaxation. Now I want you to imagine yourself in a peaceful place, like a garden, surrounded by beauty and serenity. Picture yourself bathed in warm sunlight, feeling a sense of calm and tranquility washing over you. I want you to breathe in this peaceful atmosphere. Let go of any worries or distractions and allow yourself to be fully present in this moment while still closing your eyes. Now take a moment to reflect on the emotions that arise inside of you. What images or feelings are you experiencing now, right now? Do you feel light? Do you feel happy? Do you feel peaceful? Do you feel calm? Now with your eyes still closed, still imagining this peaceful atmosphere, now I want you to affirm these positive words to yourself. Just repeat after me. I am capable.
I am capable.
I am worthy.
I am worthy.
I am enough.
I am enough.
I am a beacon of light,
I am a beacon of light,
radiating positivity and love into the world.
radiating positivity and love into the world.
I am overcoming any challenges that come my way.
I am overcoming any challenges that come my way.
My mind is clear.
My mind is clear.
My heart is open.
My heart is open.
And my soul is at peace.
And my soul is at peace.
I embrace each moment with gratitude.
I embrace each moment with gratitude.
I am worthy of love, kindness, and abundance.
I am worthy of love, kindness, and abundance.
I honor the unique beauty in me.
I honor the uniquity in me.
I trust in the process and the journey of life.
I trust in the process and the journey of life.
I release every doubt and fear.
I release every doubt and fear.
And I embrace my true power and potential.
And I embrace my true power and potential.
With each breath,
With each breath,
I am grounded in the present moment,
I'm grounded in the present moment.
fully immersed in the beauty and wonder of life.
Fully immersed in the beauty and wonder of life.
I am enough just as I am.
I am enough just as I am.
And I deserve all the blessings that come to me.
And I deserve all the blessings that come to me.
Today and every day,
Today and every day,
I choose to nurture my mind,
I choose to nurture my mind,
body,
body,
and soul
and soul
with compassion and grace.
with compassion and grace.
Now, still in that position, I want you to feel the power of these affirmations. As you affirm them, I want you to believe that they are true. And yes, this is for you. Take a moment to express gratitude. Just think of 3 things you're grateful for today. Just 3 things. Whether big or small, it could be a new job or even the air you breathe. Think of 3 things you're grateful for. Now inhale peace. Inhale. As you inhale, inhale peace. And exhale gratitude. Now open your eyes. Woo! How do you feel? How beautiful. I want you to carry on with this sense of calmness, this gratitude, and this peace you have inside of you. Never ever lose your joy. You are more than enough. You are perfect. Now I feel jealous because I did not do this exercise with you. I feel like every one of you should come out and read it out. Let me go and do my own. Should we do that? Please put your hands together for yourself one more time. Thank you so much. Okay, so you can listen to the documentary. Alright, so please let's listen as the documentary please. Thank you.
Don't commit suicide when there's too much to live for. Now, have you ever thought of killing yourself at some point in your life? Have you ever wondered why a smart teenager or intelligent youth would want to commit suicide when there's so much to live for? And have you ever thought of killing yourself at some point in your life? Well, I have, countless times. And each time, I always want to take my life as much as I'm scared of what will happen if this death doesn't kill me. I've lived a disoriented life amongst other things, and I can't say I've been able to be happy. Child, since the time I was born. If it was the way my dad shouted at me and insulted me at home, or the way I was studying mathematics in secondary school, it would have been better. But how do I cope with having 7 career courses in the final year of my university? If that's not enough, my girlfriend I've been dying for is now leaving and saying she can't problems, maybe with a solution. Sometimes, I wonder why things have to go bad before they can ever turn good. And some other times, death becomes the only option when you know you are done and just want to find peace. Dear society, I've made up my mind to come with you today. But before I go, I want to show the society intriguing details about what makes a person go to society. Perhaps they can have an understanding as to why people like us prefer to choose society as a healing need rather than looking for a cure to ease and pain. Because either our problems become the cause to live with, or a cause to die for. Have you ever wondered why it's smart?
Well, that was so short and full of us. What's one word? Intense. Another word, please. Another word. One more word. Who can give me the best word?
Intriguing.
Touching, yes. Intriguing. Like, gosh. When suicide becomes an option. Right. Becomes the only option. Alright, so moving on, we'll be having, yes, our panel session. So, you see, like I told you from the beginning, we have a lot lined up for you today. And even though these speakers are not displayed on the flyer, but we have top phenomenal speakers that will be coming up right now, our panelists that will be coming up right now to share, they'll be answering questions that I have prepared for them, as well as we'll be taking questions from you, each and every one of you seated here. So if you have any questions, those that have given papers and notes to, please have your questions written down. You can pass it over to me and I will ask your question. So I will be calling on our panelists right now. Okay. Yeah, so come. So the topic of this panel session. The topic of this panel session is sometimes death becomes the only option. We'll be talking about lifestyle indicators that points to anxiety and depression. Lifestyle indicators that points to anxiety and depression. Alright, the chairs are coming here. So we have 4 amazing panelists that will be coming up to share, their life experiences, insights, and a whole lot of other things for our own benefits. Okay. Alright, the first panelist we have on the list is none other than Alright. So the first panelist we have is none other than Mr. Nathaniel Disu. So before he comes up, I'll be reading his bio very quickly before he comes up to take a seat. Alright, who is Mr. Nathaniel Disu? Pardon me, please. Okay, thank you. Alright, so who is Mr. Nathaniel Disu? Nathaniel Disu is a brilliant investment research analyst at Amfrey Best Consulting Limited, where he gives expert insights and analysis on market trends to help individuals and organizations make great investment decisions. He excels in mentoring individuals on maximizing wealth via stock market investments. His influence extends to over 25,000 followers on social media, where he shares invaluable financial knowledge to individuals. He has been featured regularly on TBC and Channels TV, where he gives expert analysis on the economy and financial matters. He runs an investment bootcamp where he teaches expert insights into personal finance and stock market investment strategies. Nathaniel's mission is to equip young minds with financial wisdom needed to make informed decisions. His career is about dedication to nurturing financial intelligence, helping a generation get better with their financial decisions. Please, with a loud ovation, let's welcome. When it comes to finance, Mr. Nathaniel, this is go-to person. Finance, investment, and all of that. So get ready to learn from this panel session a whole lot. Alright, so our second panelist is the person of Olaoluwa Awolowo. Please let's put our hands at so who is Olaoluwa Awolowo? So very quickly, I'll be reading who he is. He's a counseling psychologist born in Oyo Town, Oyo State, the family of Mr. and Mrs. Awolowo. He had his primary education at Foundation Model Nursery and Primary School, Oyo, and secondary education at EACOED Model High School. Due to his high level of intelligence, he got admitted into University of Ibadan the same year. He was admitted into the Department of Guidance and Counseling, where he was for 4 years for his bachelor degree. And during the course of the 4-year program, he had remarkable and groundbreaking record to himself, which made him who he is today. By God's grace, he became the president of the department in the year 2016. Alright, during his time as the president of Guidance and Counseling at the University of Ibadan, together with 2 other presidents from 2 universities in Southwest, he founded what we know as SCASON Southwest, with national recognition, which brought about a comrade from Southwest elected as SCASON national president. He was awarded as the most charismatic leader in 2017 by Student Counseling Association of Nigerian University of Ibadan, most outstanding counselor in 2021, leadership by excellence at APC State University in 2021, and also at Leeds City University in 2022. He was also graced to be the first president to take over many students in the Department of Psychological Trade. He was pronounced as the president of Christian Corpus Association of Nigeria in Ifewawa, Osun State. He authored a book for youth development on 21st July 2020. He authored the book titled Rise Project in 15 Minutes. He's a chief instructor at the Oyo State Counseling Tower in Oyo Metropolis, sponsored by the governor of Oyo State. He has presented papers at national and local conferences within Oyo State and beyond. His favorite. He's a research consultant and business consultant. He's a co-founder and administrative officer of Ever Brightest Growth. He's a co-founder of life skill training and counseling psychotherapy happening every year in University of Ibadan. He has master's degrees in adolescent counseling and psychology. He's also the co-host of the popular Ibadan Counseling Hangout for counselors and potential counselors. And he's a consultant of visiting psychotherapies at many schools, hospitals in Oyo State and Lagos State. He's also a mental health professional par excellence. Please allow me to let's make amazing. What a wonderful loaded vibe. Okay, next we'll be having our next panelist in the person of Tochukwu Eze. Who is Tochukwu Eze? Very quickly. Tochukwu Precious Eze is a Nigerian writer and mental health enthusiast. He's the author of the chapbook Tobe, published in the Poets in Nigeria chapbook series 2020. He won the Alenia Prize for Non-Fiction 2023 and was shortlisted for the Brigety Corson Literature Prize 2023. His stories and poems have appeared in Writer's Space Africa, Agbowo, CONCSIO magazine, The Muse, and others. He is the author of poetry collections Agbo, Mirror, Dreamer, and Hypnosis, and the novella Ageti. Tochukwu is the founder of Mental Health Awareness Africa, an organization that aims to take the conversation on mental wellness to different parts of Africa by combining physical orientation exercise with social media campaigns. He's also the founder and director of Dire Roots, a media brand that helps intending authors reach their goals through digital publishing. Please with a loud ovation, let's make welcome. And to our next and final panelist, we have the person of Miss Emanuela Uduebero. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name. I'm really sorry. Okay, so who is Miss Emanuela? She's also known as a talk therapist from Edo State, Nigeria, a graduate of biochemistry Ambrose Ali University, also a graduate of the Institute of Counseling in Nigeria. She's a mental health counselor and psychotherapist, a teens mentor and entrepreneur. She's passionate about teens mentorship and development, helping people live and become their best self. She's the lead mentor of the Complete Teen Initiative, one that has a vision of raising generations of teenagers that know who they are, God's purpose for their life, and are set to impact their world positively. Also, she's a lead therapist at Soil Therapy. Please with a loud ovation, let's make it. Okay, I didn't get a cheer. I'm the panel moderator. Please clap for me. Thank you so much. Okay.
Oh, you stay.
You're very welcome, stars, gentlemen and lady. It's a delight to have you in the first panel session. Okay, so very quickly, like I said,
I'm so sorry to cut in my program. So please, you guys should smile. You are not in the please, don't give us scary faces, so that our audience will be able to enjoy hearing you. Even if you are talking about suicide and depression, but it is still please. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. All right. So, like I said earlier, the topic for this panel session is life indicators that point to anxiety and depression. So I'll be asking a couple of questions I've written that I'll also be taking from the audience. So, like I said earlier, if you have any questions, just write them down and they'll be answered. Okay. And I'll start with you, Mr. Nathaniel. So we know that you are an expert in the financial industry and all of that. So, but there's this, like I said earlier, the one's finance can also affect one's mental health, depending on whatever the person is going through financially. So my first question to you now is, how can, the financial and stock markets, you always advise us, I read your posts and all of that, you always advise us to invest in the stock market and all of that, but how can fluctuations in the financial or stock market impact an individual's sense of financial security? Okay, we are to invest for financial security, but when it now goes south, right, what do we do? What strategies do you recommend for managing anxiety related to market volatility? That's my first question.
Okay, thank you for the question and thank you for having me. So as regards investment, finance, and how it relates to your mental health, let's say it's one of the major reasons why people have, like you said, anxiety. And when you are not able to pay your bills on time, when you are not able to meet your demands as at when it always have an impact on your mind. And we live in a country where, like we're having the discussion in the morning, where price of things are going up, your salary remains constant, and you are wondering how do you meet up with this. So imagine somebody that's earning maybe 100k monthly or in some cases maybe 80k monthly, and your monthly expenses is like maybe 120, 150. so you're in deficit and you are constantly living on borrowing, and before your salary comes in, you already borrowed everything. When your salary comes in, you already repaid all your loan, all your debt, and you are still borrowing, and you still need to live, and you see, so it's quite difficult and it can be challenging. So what I would say, before even coming to investment, because investment is like the, let's say, last angle towards it. The first thing to take note of is how is for you to understand your personal finance, for you to understand your financial life. So there are different aspects of life. There's the psychology part of life, there's the human part of life, there's the church or spiritual part of life, and then also the financial part of life. So one thing you will need to do first of all is to have a good and stable source of income. That is the first thing. And we live in an, let's say, interesting world in the sense that you don't need to. It's not compulsory that what you study is what fits you. So if that you study a particular course and I'm thinking that okay, you must use that particular course to it doesn't work that way. I don't have a, let's say, educational background in finance. I studied geophysics, so literally there's no correlation between geophysics and finance. But I'm working in an investment bank, so I made that switch. So one of the things I would do, because yes, people complain that there's no job in Nigeria, but I've worked in two, like where I currently work, there was no vacancy. So, typically you hear that, okay, X company is recruiting, you go and apply. But the last two companies that I worked for, they were not recruiting. I was the one that reached out and I got the job. So if you are waiting that until you see vacancy from UBA before you apply, you will be deceiving yourself. And one of the things you can do to help, because things like the foundation, before even, yes, I talk about investment and stock market, but before you even get there, you need to have full understanding of your personal finance, because if you don't understand your personal finance, that's when there is volatility and the likes, it will affect you, it will break you. So one of the first things to do is to get a good and stable source of income. So irrespective of what you studied or what you studied in university, you can always switch to a, let's say, use the word higher paying job. It's possible to switch to a higher paying job. One of the things that I'll just like to summarize, one of the things that you do is find out what is really in demand. Find out what is, I know people talk about tech. You don't really need to be in the tech industry. You don't really need to be in the tech industry. You just need to be in an industry that is valuable enough to pay you a decent source of income. You just need to be in an industry that is valuable enough, like I said, because everybody is rushing into tech. If everybody rushes into tech, who will be managing the money that they are raising? That's it. Nobody. So there are still job opportunities there are still people in Lagos that are earning 500k, 800k, even 1 million naira in Lagos, and they are not even in tech and still in Lagos. So it's possible. All you need to know is find out where these things are. So let's just give a practical example. Before working with Happy Invest, I worked with Nametrics. Most people know about Nametrics. The same way I got into Happy Invest is the same way I got into Nametrics. So because of what I do in stock market and finance, I grew to a state that I knew that there was need for me to work in a big organization, because helping people to manage 100,000, 1 million is different from helping somebody to manage 100 million, 200 million. It's different. So you need to be in that industry or in that environment to be comfortable advising somebody that has. So a few weeks ago, last month, we did a kind of meeting in our department where a woman had about 200 million in her portfolio, and we there to help her readjust her investment. If I was not in that space, I would never have been able to have. So what I did was that, okay, I discovered that because I was following our metrics, so I said, okay, let me work for them. But there was no vacancy, like I said. So it's not like they put a billboard or an advert that we are looking for a job or something. I got to know about the founder, and I reached out to him on Instagram and Twitter that my name is Nathaniel, I do this, I've done this, I would like to work for now metrics as this. I sent message to Instagram, I sent to his LinkedIn, he responded on his LinkedIn. Now, he gave me his email, he told me that I should reach out. I reached out, he scheduled an interview. We had the interview and he said, okay, let's bring you in as an intern first. So he brought me in as an intern. After 3 months, we now upgraded to full staff, and that's how I got in. And in the process of, because I actually wanted to be in an investment banking space, but in between that internship and full staff, there was still a bit of delay, wait for supervisors. They were like, it's better I protect myself, because if you are negotiating salary and they now bounce you and say, okay, we don't need you, and they say, okay, let me just try and the same way. So I went to Google. So this one is like, this is not book knowledge, it's actually what I did. So I went to Google, I typed investment banking companies in Lagos. I searched all of them, I wrote all of them down, and now check for their email addresses, email address of key persons in the company, either the HR or the investment banker. So I look for all of them. There were about 25 companies. I searched for all their emails and I sent emails to all of them, and I just left it like that. So in the process of, so they already like approved my stay in Metrics. Then I got an interview for the first company. That was one company I don't mention, but I went for the interview in VI, and the interview didn't really go well. The man blasted me very well. I'm like, no problem. I'm like, fine. And there's nothing that happened. I'm still in Metrics. Then the following week, that was when Afrifest called. So on Tuesday, they called that we got your email. They would like to schedule for an interview. Like, okay, no problem. The first interview went like, okay, this, but just let it. Then the following week, now called me again that we'll be meeting with the CEO of the company, Chief Executive and Operating Officer. That and they were like, fine. If they were not impressed with the first stage, definitely they will not go into the second stage. So we went to the second stage interview. After that, okay, we get back to you. They now called me again. This final, they didn't say it's final, but me, I got to know that it was final. That the meeting with the deputy GMD interview. Like, okay, if I didn't pass that one, they will not. So now interviewed me there, and the next day was to give me an offer. Like, okay, this is fine. I have to resign this. So that's how I got it. No, so in sum, what I'm trying to say that get a good paying job in an industry that is valuable enough. It doesn't have to be there. So that's on one part. Then the second part that I need to round up is that is to have a good I'll not call it backup, but have something that you do beyond your salary. Have something that you do, and when it comes to things like this, you don't need to be you don't need to set up brick and mortar business that maybe start selling things, start selling. When in digital world, people, the internet is there, so leverage the internet to make more money. So do something that would not necessarily affect your day job. So that's one thing I would say. So it's not that you are switching. So that thing that sorry, I forgot to explain that he talked about, that gets asked for a raise or something, that may not typically work, because until you are valuable enough to know, but you can only switch jobs. So you can always switch jobs. Then also find out how to sell something online that will give you consistent, stable income, because through the internet it's possible to earn more than your monthly salary through the internet. So you are earning maybe 100k as a salary, you can earn 200k on the internet. That is not affecting your day job, and at the end of the day, your colleague is earning 100k, you are earning 300. You did not switch jobs, you are not sacked. So whether inflation is this or dollar is 2,000 or like, you are still stable enough, and from there it makes it easier. So even when you are investing, irrespective of the volatility, because you have other, so not like you are doing multiple sources of income, but you have an additional thing that gives you steady income. And this is what I said on the internet, that it's very easy and the barrier to entry is very good. All you need to do is have a good social media account. You have internet, you have data. You are not setting up, you are not renting any shop. You are just in your house, you are not renting any shop, you are not paying anybody anything. Maybe it's just your internet, and maybe you are not paying money. So maybe just platforms like maybe you need Zoom Pro or all those kind of camera. So that's just basically how to do it. From there, it becomes easier for you to weather any storm of adversity.
Thank you so much. That really deep and very valuable. I hope you got a lot from that because you shared a lot of powerful points. Thank you so much, Mr. Nathaniel. Okay, so the next question is directed at Mr. Awolowo. Right. So, given your expertise in adolescent counseling, right? Can you elaborate on how social media usage among young people correlates with how it contributes to anxiety and depression, and basically what are the ways to address this issue?
Well, thank you for that question. And that's even my master's dissertation.
Wow.
The influence of social media is one of the very actually because I used psychosocial variables. And one of the major variables is social media is one of them. How it brings about premarital sex. So I actually work on how it brings about sexual immorality. So my defense is the same way back, and he said, there's nothing like sexual immorality. That it is only contextual and religious thing. So when they explained and they said, how can I measure sexual immorality? Because what somebody regards as immorality is a lot to another person. So he said, the only thing you can probably measure is premarital, at least that one. Because the marriage, which is even some religion is accepted, in another religion is not accepted. So the only thing you can measure is something that probably you can have people that will say, okay, regardless of religion, we have done this thing because we don't marry, and we have done. So media is a very powerful force because it has, and that's one of those things that makes people call this generation Gen Z. It's basically internet. That's what makes them. And you will notice that the level at which young people, the level at which they know what they know. Sometimes I met a parent. I was mentioning a program last week, and the parent was sharing with me that she is afraid after the program, and she asked me to. It was even last week Thursday, and I said, "Mommy, why are you afraid?" She said, "The daughter, 12 years old, can do almost everything. She make hair, she play keyboard. Not that she's not afraid. I know it's too much, and all that." And she was like, "I said, you know what? Just have to be flexible enough and open space for her, and probably plant people that will be like a pillar of guidance to her, because see, the way they are going." Two things they do in this generation is that they do it too good, extremely positively, or they do it too bad, extremely negatively. So they don't. It is only the generation of all these our mummies and maybe some of us that believe in being told by there's something to do. You know, once you eat, you are able to eat, and you can sleep well. You are fine. In fact, you can live like that till you die. For some of they believe in Kadara, destiny, and your mind, and all that. So that's for us, but they don't just want it, they just want to be extraordinary. So is it that to the top or that one? So there is all these even all these social media influencers. One of them called, he said the day I had the name when the guy was just coming, say he's the troubler of the environment, and people embrace him. Like there was somebody, I don't want to mention it in Yoruba, like he's in the amount when people followed him, all that. I was like, why would my own mentor be in a man go? Like, personally, like if they ask me, who is your mentor? I was okay, the man who is my mentor. Because they follow blindly media. If that time then the Nobel guy too. He would tell them that they don't graduate, and the guy graduated from a university. In fact, he had the first class based on what I had a master's degree, and yet your own leader says you should not graduate, whereas he graduated. Now you can see that one thing I have actually discovered from them is that they don't have a life before they go on media. Personally, they are not really able to set up in life. I was discussing with Esther yesterday night. In fact, this is what I'm discussing with her, is what I'm saying now. It's just that they don't know what to stop. And when you don't know what to stop on anything, that thing will bring a lot of damage to you. There is a general saying which is not generally applicable. They said too much of everything is actually leads to tragedy, but not in all cases. Because me, I don't believe there is. There are some things I believe too much of it doesn't have personal issue. So, but on this note, they don't know. Well, even relationship too. Some of them don't know. We had a class 2 weeks ago because I used to take them on a class every Monday night, and I was exposing them to relations because many of them when they chat to me, sir, I was having breakfast. In fact, some of them, their parents do not even know. There was a 17-year-old guy I took home during Christmas. I took her home during Christmas. She already had 5 years family planning. And she's 17. So, and when I was taking her home to her parents and we are discussing, no, we are just discussing. The lady just don't want us to get pregnant and she wants to perform every wife role and all that. And you won't believe it if they start talking to you. If you reason with them in some cases, because they are not totally, like some people just think that once you are doing this thing, you are bad. No, that conclusion will make I'm bad. Let everybody go then I'm bad. So the people know that since you are categorizing me as bad, they will now show you how bad we are people bad. So they are their own. By the time they now go worse, probably you may not be able to cope with it. And be like, So media has, in fact, it has been a lot of things to them because every human being is a product of what you see and you listen to. Whether you are young, old, or whatever, it is what you see every day. In fact, unconsciously, there was a time I listened to one song. It was even a Ramadan song they played on radio because anytime I'm listening to news, they just play that song. And I was in my room by that past 10, just surfing the internet, and that song was playing in my mind. And I laughed and I said, see you. That this thing I didn't intend to listen to it. I don't want to cram it, you get it. But because it has been, I've seen it. The image has come into my head. So, and it has always come to my, because something subconscious that will play into the conscious. And before you know it, sometimes, by the time you begin to talk, you'll be talking in line with all those things that have actually been with you. I know that you get it. So, those things are the things that actually make them who they are. And if you are not wise enough as an elderly person or as an adult to know where they are coming from, if you want to help, in fact, you may not be able to help them. I have a client presently. I told you that I went to see a client on Sunday. The parent has lost him because they have their own definition of success, which is totally different from what the guy wants, and they cannot relate. So it is wrong for you to go to an adolescent and tell them your wristwatch is bad, your hairstyle is bad, your shoe is bad. Now, by the time you are saying 5 things about them is bad, they are waiting for you. Yeah, bring what is good. They are waiting because they want to fire you too. You have told them everything about me is bad. Okay, let me hear you. You now said it is church that is good. You will now say sit down. Let me teach you about church. The church you are talking about. I had a class one day. I learned my lesson. They brought the guy because he smokes and all that. So I just started counseling, like my career. I just started. And I told the guy, no, you can't be smoking and become great. How many people are listening that are great that are smoking? Yes, I'm only telling you what I've experienced in my field. At least I've been with close to 6,000 of them. The guy said, sir, wait. He said Elon Musk. The guy said that was his role model, and the guy spoke. I said, you have, he said pictures. I have a lot. Is that on my phone? For 15 minutes, he was the counselor. I am the client. I sat down, listening. Finally, I said, now let's come back. Because the point I was coming from. And parents and people don't suppose that don't. We must be able to tell them where we also make mistakes. Don't paint yourself as a superhero, as if you don't have any error whatsoever.
As if you've not messed before.
Yes. like as if the way you say it, because you are opportune. Probably some of our elderly people, is because they are not exposed to social media. That's why they live some level of saint life. If some of them have been exposed to, so I'm telling you sincerely, somebody that's never seen media and all that, they will tell you, okay, virginity accepted. Even you don't even have there's no atmosphere for you to even once you go to the farm, come back and all that. Regulated life and everything. So, but not in a generation where go to school, sir. Most of the problems we face when we go for our mobile counseling and all this life skill training we are doing, we meet some of them that young, there is even one that our stepfather was the one that abusing her. The mother knows and the mother said, let's keep coping because the man will send us out of the house. So it was one day when we were teaching, she was just crying, said, okay, how can we help you? So these are things that we are going to help them with. Social media is there already. We have nothing to do about it because it's even going, it's getting stronger. Social media, because AI has come and everything. So it's getting stronger. What we can do is that there's a human aspect of them that we have to work on. There's a human aspect of them. Somebody told me one day, they said, sir, everything is not working for me. I said, what do you mean? He said, my dad is this, my mom is this, my brother is this, my uncle is this. By the time he said all that, within me I was thinking, I said, how can I counsel you now? Everything is bad. I said, but something is not bad. Right? He said, what's that? I said, your mind is not bad. For you to recognize all these problems, that means you still have a power within you to change things. I said, that inner force is enough. I listened to Good Boy's sister 2 days ago. I listened to it 3 times. She said, she was talking about her brother because they said he was fearless. He achieved a lot because I like great people personally. Let's start knows. When I see a great man, I will follow you to. That's why I like Agidi. I used to follow some people. I like great. Sincerely, I like great people. If I meet any great man, I'm telling you, I'm a fan already. I will follow you anywhere you want us to go. But I'm telling you, because I know, even if I'm not as great as you are, I'm your friend. So you can't say this guy is no longer my friend again. So I read about him. I listened to all the tributes. And I now got to our elderly sister who was a doctor. You once said that our brother Wahek was very bad. So this woman has said that it's not because she is brilliant. That's why he achieved what he was able to achieve. He said he's not exceptional. He's just like an every ordinary children. He said the only thing is just hard work and tenacity. That's what makes him special. He said he plays ball and the father will go and beat him and all that. So one day he realized, I want to change my life. And that day he chose to change in the university. And from there, he said that was when he said he wanted to be a doctor. And he told his sister that you are a doctor, me I'm the master degree holder. My bank account is even better than your own. So the lady was telling her, okay, if you still want, even despite that, there's still room for more. So when you tell them from a point of view that they can relate with, they will embrace you. Even when they themselves, there's this conviction that will come when you say an image that is not here. They say, apart from the fact that my mommy said, because my mommy said it's a force that may not last for a long time. Or my daddy said, or they said this thing is bad. But when they realize by themselves that so I get to this place, this thing is actually not healthy for me. Knowing fully well what that thing has cost and what it could probably cost to them, bring to them, they will run away from it. So managing social media is a very, very big problem. Do you know that even they even do sexting and all that online, sending their nude picture to themselves online? Sometimes when I collect phones of my students, it's something. So we have to work with them. See, you will do as if those errors are not existing. Because if you see the error, hey, this is what they are going through. Jesus, you know, you'll be like, no, the Bible said, for a lot, don't talk about them. Like, I'm telling you about my brother, you're like, I've never had this kind of thing. You say, even though sometimes when I hear some of those cases, even me, I'll be like, okay, but in my mind, as a counselor, I'm trained. I will come and say, okay. But my mind, I've already, shouted and do all that. So you can help them with that. Put yourself in their shoe. And also, you too, you must learn about all this internet and all that. So that you can actually know the correct things, regulate it. Tell them places that, because when you tell me not to solve this particular this thing, where should I go? They want to know. Don't just tell them stop this, stop that, stop that. What else? They are very, very inquisitive and restless. That's one thing about them. So tell them what more. You are even lucky. I told the woman, I said you are lucky your baby can make it. She play keyboard, she play guitar. I said you are lucky. Just encourage her. And the ones who don't know how to get people that will help her come together.
Thank you so much. Have the best fun. Thank you so much, Mr. Wilson. So moving on to our next panelist, Mr. Tochukwu. Right. So as the founder of Mental Health Awareness Africa, how are you, like, what are the issues? Because from what I read in the bio, your Mental Health Awareness Africa is an organization that aims to take the conversation of mental wellness to, different parts of Africa. And I'm really impressed that, you have such organization that's particular about mental illness. So how has the journey, this is going to be a bit more personal, right? How has the journey to taking this mental wellness conversation been? What are the challenges that you have to face, and how are you able to conquer them in the society at large?
Okay. So I'm going to start by just sharing with you how Mental Health Awareness Africa came about. I'm sorry, I always do this whenever I'm speaking. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. I am blessed or cursed with something where I think the word is too loud. And when I speak, most times I find that people don't hear me. And then I'm speaking, so I think you can hear me. So that's why I asked. Sorry about that. So I realized that I think there was a moment on social media and even outside of social media where there was a high rise of suicide. There are different explanations as to how or why that came about. I think it's also, I know for the fact that it's also documented in Patrick sports. That has to be sometime around 2020, if I'm not mistaken. So it seemed like there was a whistle on your mask, get set, and then everybody was committing suicide. One day you're hearing somebody here, and then the next day someone else. And for me, it was a lot more personal because, so I am a writer. That's basically what that's almost, I always introduce myself as a writer. And in the space of creative writers, it seemed like there was, like the problem was more prevalent in that space. So I had writer friends who were battling with depression, some of them who eventually committed suicide. So there was always that conversation around why is this happening, why was this, why are we affected by this, is this something we can help? And so discussing that with people around me, that eventually gave rise to Mental Health Awareness Africa. And then from there, we started with preaching the message. So in the core aim of Mental Health Awareness Africa is just to take the conversation everywhere. I'm not a therapist, I do not provide mental health care. What we do mostly is to, because in my time conversing with people and meeting and relating with people, just trying to discuss mental health, I realized that there are lots of misconceptions around mental health. Lots of misconceptions. So you mentioned mental health and somebody's like that. I beg you, this is not for us. We are not involved in this one. Take it to another group of people. I had, so the Mental Health Awareness Africa launched with the publication of the novella Adese. And Adese was structured to just basically kickstart the conversation around understanding ourselves, understanding our minds, understanding the next person, the person right next to you, and trying to manage ourselves as well as manage the next person. So there's this thing that we always say that if you're a driver, you drive for yourself and you drive for the next person. And because if you're a driver and you're doing whatever, it's not just yourself, right? It's also the other person, the other road users. So with your mental health, you're not taking care of your mental health because you want to live your life. You're also doing it for the next person. I enjoyed the conversation, the teaching on dating emotionally unavailable lovers. I enjoyed all the teachings, but I just want to grab something from there. Something said about taking care of yourself first. So in a relationship and in any meeting or gathering or working together of more than one person, the best thing you can do is not to develop your partner. That's not the primary thing. The primary thing is to develop yourself. If you're working in a team, the most important thing is not to do another person's work, is to do your own work first. And if you're doing your own work, you're prioritizing that, and the next person is doing their own work, then you can work together. You can find that meeting point. So when I spoke to, after Adese was written, it's a true story in some sense. So it was born out of conversations I had with a friend. The thing that brought us together was that she had some issues that she needed to discuss, and she found solace in a total stranger on Facebook. Not just a total stranger, without a face. Actually, someone whose name was the man character, without a name, without a face. That's the person behind that account just happens to be me. I feel like I'm digressing, but that was even my own way of dealing with my own personal trauma. Created a totally anonymous thing, and I don't know what I was doing that made it seem that people could talk to me, but I realized that people could talk to me. So in the course of the next 1 year, she shared a lot about her life with me, and we practically just walked through stuff. And then at one point, it felt right to tell a story. Basically because I am a storyteller. But while I say this, I also recognize that there are great angles, there are great areas around it, because you don't just like tell a story out of something that someone shares with you. But it was something that we discussed while it was happening and after. So Adeze became, at the time, and I think so far, one of my most read works, however, and got a lot of people talking about mental health. But when the person eventually attempted suicide, good thing we were able to get her help before it came, but she attempted suicide. And when I spoke to her father after, I wouldn't forget the line that she used. So I think I told the father that she has been struggling. And so the question the father asked was, so but how is she struggling? She's in the house, she's eating, she has clothes, she's living. What is she struggling with? And I realized that it was so difficult to answer this question, because then you have to start by defining a lot of things and making him understand from the basics. So that is the basis on which mental health awareness was founded. Just a random person, at least give them that education, that primary education. This is what mental health is. This is just what you should know. These are things you should look out for. This is how you should manage yourself. This is how you should, or why you should also care for the person next to you. So now going over to the challenges, I feel like I've touched a couple of those already. There is the fact that people, Nigerians and Africans, first of all, our immediate surrounding has shaped us in a certain way. For instance, while we were doing the exercise that we had, when we had to close our eyes, at one point, I'm not very proud to say this, I was pretty much very invested in the thing, but at one point, that African, not African, black, I think I've broadened it enough to cover all black people, anybody that has a last name. We always have to keep our eyes open. You don't close your eyes for too long. So, because I now remember, I have my phone on my table, and when you open your eyes and your phone is missing, okay. So, yeah. So, when you walk up to a person, they're already thinking, what is this person trying to say? What are you bringing? What are you trying to sell? Somebody, while I was in Port Harcourt, somebody just called me one day and said, come, you do this thing and you will get it right. I'll give you 6,000 naira. I had no idea what this person was doing, but what I knew for sure was that this young man did not wake up one morning, dress up and come out to give me 6,000. He wanted to take something from me. That's my natural African and black man sense coming into play. So sometimes we work in our favor, but sometimes it keeps us from getting what we should get. So when you ask somebody to go and speak to a therapist, they're thinking, I'll go and tell one person all my life struggles, all the history, the family issues I have. Now we don't do that. Let me keep it inside. So these are some of the challenges we have to overcome. These are some of the challenges we've had. And there's also the stigma around mental health issues. I was at the tech event, there was a segment for mental health. So the moment it was mentioned, everybody screamed that mental health. How? We know that is, we are not one of them. But we are okay with discussing physical health. If you came to a church and said you wanted to give them free, yes, checkup, thank you. Free checkup. Everybody will be rushing. But if you say let's discuss mental health, they will shift to one side because maybe you want to give me something that will make me crazy and stuff. So these are small challenges, but when you put things together, they amount to so much. But that those challenges are even the reason why our work is more important, now more than ever. So what we've been doing so far, we started with the students, because you find that it's better to teach young people because they are more teachable. With an adult, there's okay, yes, I wanted to apologize, but I'm not going to apologize because everyone else has at one point shifting something that I did not understand. So I think this is my opportunity to return the favor, but I will translate. There's an Igbo adage that says that you don't teach Okay, I should say it in Igbo.
Yes.
Thank you. It says Adam Market Benanka. You don't start to learn. Yeah, you don't start to learn to be left-handed. Yes, thank you. As an old person. So there are some things that an old person will take much longer to understand because all their life they've known this way, and it's not like they can't change, but it's going to take a lot longer. But with students are more teachable. They are more open to learning. They will absorb, just like the speaker was saying. They will absorb what you give them. So we've gone to secondary schools. We've gone to gatherings of students from high institutions, and just told them about mental health. And we've also tried to implement some practical things that would help them, right? Because it's one thing to say, be conscious of your mental health. It's also something else to tell them practically. Just like you said, okay, so what do we do? What is the good thing that we have to do? Because you're telling them, don't follow these people, don't get violence. That's not how to express. You should deal with your problems. Okay, now what do we do? Right? So we also teach them healthy ways to deal with their issues. I was discussing something with Pakidi just yesterday. Things like healthy competition, right? How about teaching them how to play some games that will help develop them mentally? Say chess, for example, or Scrabble. Let's not fight. Let's play. Let's battle here. This is the battlefield. This is what the world looks like. We'll also teach them literature, how to write down, because sometimes people with aggression issues, they fight because they can't say what they are feeling. So you say something to them that they don't know what to say back, so they'll punch you. Now, but if you teach them how to express better, to read, to write, to be able to put their thoughts together and communicate, that will help. Thank you.
Right, thank you so much. Thank you so much for that, Mr. Tochukwu. So moving on to our next, the only lady, okay, beside myself, a very beautiful Emanuela. Right, so the question I have for you now is, in your experience, what role does family dynamics, what role does it play in manifestation and management of anxiety and depression among teenagers? I know you're also in the niche of young people too, particularly teenagers. So what role does family dynamics play in the manifestation and management of anxiety and depression among teenagers? Thank you very much. Let's listen attentively.
Okay, so when it has to do with family dynamics, so definitely teenagers, they're not dropped from heaven like that. They come through a home, they come through a family, they come through parents. Even though sometimes you have situations where one of these parents might not be available, or both parents might not be available. Or even situations when both parents are available, there are still some things that happen in the home. So each and every of us, we can attest that we all had different upbringing. We had different ways we were raised in our family. Some of us had maybe very strict parents. Some of us had liberal parents. Some of us had, can I say, maybe balance, the mix of them and all this stuff, right? So what's anxiety? Anxiety is basically like an unexpected or excessive fear of something, right? That you sometimes maybe you can't really pinpoint what that thing is, or you have an idea of what you're really scared about. You get. So anxiety is basically fear. It's not like it's a big grammar and stuff, right? But most times it's an unexpected fear, something that you really can't control. Yeah. And what is depression? So depression is when you begin to have this deep sadness, right? Lots of interest in things that you once enjoyed, feeling of hopelessness, feeling of no worth. You have no worth in life and all those stuff and everything, and so many other things that are attached to it. So for teenagers, their upbringing, the family dynamics, the way their parents relate to them, it has a way of affecting their mental health in that sense. So when I mean in that sense, I'm talking about anxiety and depression. So for a teenager that is raised in a family where, so you're going to be doing this together, right? So for a teenager that is raised in a family where you have very strict parents, I mean very strict parents, and you really can't express yourself or the things that you're going through, from that little age, you begin to experience some kind of anxiety when it has to do with expressing yourself. So when you're from a space where you're always told to shut up or keep quiet, don't talk, and or maybe if you speak, you're seen as disrespectful and stuff. When you find yourself outside that environment, to speak up becomes an issue for you. Do you get it? So I had a client that was talking about her upbringing and all, and she said something. She said there are some things she noticed about her body that she didn't really like, but hearing it from her mom again did something bad to her, to the sense that I think they were walking on the road and her mom told her that you have sea leg or something. Do you get that? You have sea leg, or you have too broad shoulders for a lady and you're not fine. So those words that she heard, right? So for a teenager that actually goes through something like that, from a mother, that this is like one of the first set of persons that you see when you come into this world, right? Persons that you tend to emulate. So subconsciously, even though you kind of don't want to believe that what they're saying is true, subconsciously it's registered in your mind that what they're saying is true about you. So when she finds someone like that, when she finds herself in an environment where she's asked to, because we have different types of anxiety. So let's say, for example, social anxiety disorder. When she finds herself in an environment where she's asked to present or say something or just interact with people, because of those things that she might have heard, they have formed like a pattern in her heart that this is who I am, right? And so she finds it hard to express herself because she doesn't know how people will judge her or how people will see her, right? She has these insecurities and stuff and everything. And back to what I was saying about when you're not allowed to express yourself in your home, right? When you come out, it's also hard. So you find yourself in that space where still social anxiety too. You want to speak up, or because they've told you right from time that, oh, keep quiet, to talk, to address people, to speak people, to even network and communicate with other people. And that family dynamics also is neglect, right? So when teenagers are neglected at home, for every so I was reading a documentary, it's talking about the first stages of psychological development. So we have the dependent stage, we have the independent stage, and we have the interdependent stage. Dependent stage is where, as a child, you're totally dependent on your parents for almost everything, right? For care, for health care, for emotional needs, physical needs, spiritual needs, and whatever. And they just keep growing. And when you get to that independent stage, that's like the stage where you have adolescents, where it seems like they want to do things on their own, they want to stand on their own and all those stuff. It's a psychological state. And after that, you get to the interdependent. So most people, they think that independent stage is like the top where you can stand on your own. The highest form of maturity is interdependence, knowing that you alone can't just make this work. You need to partner with people. You need to work with people. So these are like stages of development. So when a child, at that point of dependency stage, it has a way of forming their mindset and just helping them have a positive frame of life. When they miss that stage, right, and maybe they just find themselves getting into the independent stage earlier than they should have stepped into that stage, it has a way of affecting their relationship with people, right, and also their mindset. It begins to this will take me to somewhere. So when you talk about anxiety and depression, if you check it, especially when you're like having therapy sessions with this person, if you check it properly, you will see that their unhealthy thought patterns are sponsor. Like my colleague there, they will know that their unhealthy thought patterns are sponsor distance, that sponsor anxiety and depression. And these thought patterns are not just formed in a day, right? They're not just formed like immediately. They're formed from like childhood sometimes, or based on experiences and stuff that's happened. So a teenager that has been exposed to neglect, no care, no emotional care, and even physical care or spiritual care or whatever it is that they might need, right? They begin to form this unhealthy thought pattern in their mind. It could be thought patterns of maybe I'm not useful, or I'm not that important, or maybe I have to do too much to get something, right? Or maybe I really don't have to. Then the ones that have over excessive care and pampering and all this stuff, they find themselves in an environment where they have this thought pattern of I necessarily don't have to do much to get this thing. So you see them laid back, and all and stuff. And when things are not working out for them, they begin to like have issues and they're just bothered at what's happening. My life is not. Meanwhile, it's the kind of thought pattern that they form right from time that, oh, I really don't have to like do much or Julian, instead of putting the necessary effort. So basically, the way a teenager is raised in their home has a way of influencing their mental health as regards anxiety and depression. You get, it has a way of helping them. It has a way of either stabilizing their mental health or making them prone to anxiety and depression. And also we have trauma, we have abuse. In an environment where a child or teenager is abused and all, right, those traumas, they tend to stick and it affects their mental health. Like it can lead to depression in the long run. So for example, a child that is raped or something, right, it begins to like, it messes up with their head. It messes up anybody that goes through abuse. It has a way of messing up with that person's head, and they are more prone to depression, they are more prone to anxiety, and so basically the environment where a child is raised determines a whole lot how stable their mental health can be.
Thank you so much, Manuela. That was good. Okay, so we have 2 questions here. I'm going to just give opportunity for 2 more questions. If you have any more questions, you can please write it down and it will be passed over. Yeah, so the first question here is, sometimes people do not know how to walk. Okay, this is a 2-in-1 question. Okay. Sometimes people do not know how to walk away from things and people that hurt them. Please, how do you think we can help such people? People who do not know how to walk away from things and people that hurt them. And he says, do you think people should be educated? Okay, I think we should answer this question first. Does anyone want to take that? The first question. It's the problem of people not being able to walk away from things that hurt them. So how can these people be helped?
Well, to that, you not being able to walk away from people that hurt you, it means you actually lack some skills, some basic skills growing up. Like, I actually met someone, not to know, my client, old enough, like far old, but I just noticed that they lack some basic skills growing up. The problem is not her, she when it comes to finance and everything, but coping with when someone is angry at her, she doesn't know how to react. So I don't know from where we are talking about them, but they're just like the first speaker talks about loving people. It doesn't even have a love life, a social life, by the virtue of that, because she's afraid what will happen if I enter this one. She had just 2 relationships and she started something, just 2, and she locked up like 10 years and no, this thing is not for me. She concluded. So in that kind of situation, that person lacked the skill. I think you are the one teaching us on Facebook one day how to let go of something. The fact that you helped me to get admission doesn't mean you will help me to finish it. You must learn the skill to know that when it is the time for something to go, that thing has to go. In fact, sometimes that relationship will strike when you do it. Sometimes you even value yourself more. So the skill the person lacks is that probably it lacks maybe a certain skill, or should I say, and I think we talk about attachment, the attachment that we had when growing up too. So they lack that thing to growing up, because some people that doesn't have all this proper orientation about, okay, when it is time for certain person to go. You know, when I was talking about that issue, when people are like, don't even do for holiday, when they are going, I find it very hard to cope. It happens to me many times until I started learning that people are bound to come and go. In fact, about death, I just learned about that 2-3 years ago. When I hear somebody, especially somebody I've seen with my eyes, not even family member, when they tell the person that, you will think I'm their family member. Because I see him, I will be depressed, thinking, there was something that was sitting on the chair and I fell from the chair. Because I heard that somebody that I've seen before. So I later discovered that I have a problem. And that problem was that I lack some basic skills that I need to have. So you have to go and learn that skill of assertiveness. Even this person living my life doesn't mean I'm bad. Doesn't mean probably even the person is even bad. It's just time for us to part ways and let this person go. It's even sometimes the relationship is better when you allow each other, everybody to go.
Yeah, thank you so much. I also want to add something. You know, especially in relationships, the truth is, it's a fact that two people can be good, but it can be that they are not good for each other. Yes. So they can be actually individually they are good people, but they are not good for each other. Okay, very quickly. Before we
I wanted to add something also to that particular question. So talking about knowing when to let someone go, right? It's about also knowing yourself. So she mentioned it's about self-awareness, which is very, very profound. Knowing yourself, knowing your identity, your value, your worth. So when you know what you are worth, right, there's some things when you see it come, you know that, okay, no, I shouldn't be taking this. Do you get? And it's not pride. It's just knowing that you are valuable. And if you keep taking this, it has a way of either hurting your esteem or just tarnishing or just doing something to your the way you perceive yourself or the way you see yourself, right? So when you have a healthy self-esteem, so that somebody like that also, it could be you mentioned something that letting someone go it does not make you it does not mean that you are bad. But you could check that some persons, the reason why they have not, because they feel like if I let this person go, like what's going to happen to my life? Like I'm going to maybe empty, or I'll be alone, or I may not find somebody, or some sort. It's also a thing of self-esteem, also an identity. How do you see yourself? Like, so you need to really work on your self-esteem and identity, and know that you deserve good things and good things. You don't need to take rubbish for you to that you're complete and stuff.
Thank you so much for that addition. Thank you. Okay, so the next question has actually been answered by Mr. Kelvin during his session. So I'll just go over to, and he's not here currently, so I'll just go over to the last question, and in 2 minutes, before we round up this panel session, what do you do, and I like this question actually, what do you do when your partner prefers opening up to his female, we are in this era of bestie, where you see that a guy is having a female bestie and his girlfriend too. So what do you do when your partner prefers opening up to his female friend than his girlfriend? Yeah. This thing is really
okay. Let me try and answer that question. Not like I've been in that space per se, but I'm married and I've had, so more like not only talking about my own experience, but in terms of having a bestie and a relationship, I feel first of all you should find out, like you should know how long has this person been with this person. So if somebody has known someone for a long while before you get to know that person, it's not your job to now say that because you have between you have to let go. First of all, understand, okay, this person has been friends with this person for long before I came in. So first of all, you won't understand the kind of friendship they have. First of all, understand what makes this person talk to this person. Because if this person, like, let's say for example, two of you are, okay, let's say, two of you, who would I use as an example?
You and your wife.
Okay, no, don't let me construct. Okay, so let's say Jeff and I they've been friends for like maybe 5 years. Then, so you and Jeff and I dating, just met. First of all, you don't need to start fighting Jeff that why are you always talking to this girl. They've been together for years before you even get to know them. So first of all, understand what it is about this girl that makes him talk to her. Find out if it's something you can do. Is it about, okay, he enjoys her company, he enjoys how she talks, he enjoys the advice that she gives, maybe she's fun or all those kinds. First of all, find out what it is about that person, because it's not about the other person, it's about you. Then secondly, by every means, find out how to make, not like how to switch the attention to yourself, but how to make your partner become like you be the person that they would always want to talk to. And this is why I'm saying that I did it with my wife when we were dating. I made it an effort, like I intentionally did it that she must first meet me to solve any other thing before going to meet another person. So I was not the kind of man that would say that no, you must not talk to this guy, you must not talk to this. But I made sure that I built that thing to ensure that it has to be me always. So I was always there for her. Like I would always want to initiate all those kind of conversations. So, and that's one thing with relationships, that if
the person that you are dating, if there's nothing, like there's no value you can bring to that, it's really, really difficult. Because perhaps maybe the other person, the so-called, let's say, bestie, is always giving the person that, and you are not there. So for example, yeah, so there are different angles to this. So you can dissect it from different angles. But let's say for example now, the person is into a particular industry and maybe they are colleagues. So they will always have something to talk about. But you are not in that industry, you don't want to learn about it. So definitely you always want to be having conversation with the other person. So let's say for example, the guy likes talking about football or something, likes a particular sport or something, and you that is a partner, you don't have interest in it, the person will go and meet the person that you always want to. So when you like build it to the state that every form of discussion, every advice, every suggestion, whether it concerns you or it doesn't concern you, you have answers to it. They will always come to meet you first. So whether you have answers, and that's why it's always important for you to be knowledgeable about almost everything. So that even if there are so many times that she comes to meet me for something, not like I'm not in that space or I'm that big, but I will always have an answer to it. So with that, it's very difficult for us to go and meet another person when you have something. Yeah. So you have to build it. So it's something intentional. So your focus is not about the person. It's not about the other person. It's about you. Because if you build it to the state that they would always want to meet you, indirectly or directly, they would start losing interest in the because like, if I can meet the person, I'm always there. This person always there. So, okay, before I round up, one thing that we did when we were dating, because it was like a long distance relationship, we were not seeing every time. I intentionally, so it was not something she was used to, but we had to build it because if I don't build it, I'm going to lose her one or the other. So I made it intentional that we always talk every day. Like video calls, not just like talk, like video call every day. Like when I mean every day, every single day. Every single day. So with that, it's very, very difficult for you to start talking to another person because constantly that conversation is really there. Whether it concerns you or not concerns you, you talk about it. That's just because if it does, you don't do that. You are giving that room open for person to talk to another person. But when the person knows that okay, you are like a jack of all trades, like anything, if it's about this, so funny enough, I know so it's really, really important. So with that, so if you don't do that, they would always want to talk to their bestie. But if you make yourself be the bestie that they would always want to be talking about, with that, you never
This applause is for the answer he gave. Yeah. Then we're going to give another round of applause for him being an intentional partner. So that's so many ladies can attest to the fact that not all men are like this. Like that's the reality. Not all men are like this, and even some women too. So you know, for a partner to be intentional is something commendable, and that's really good to do. So okay, you want to ask?
Just 1 or 2 sentences. So I thought the question was very interesting because it says, because it had me wondering. It says your partner prefers to talk to someone else, and then I'm wondering who is the partner. We're in a situation where somebody prefers to be with somebody else, yet you're the partner. That's just what I wanted to point out. But then I understand that relationships do not become perfect overnight. So maybe there's room for work. You need to work your way there. But until you get there, you're not a partner. That's just
okay, so that brings us to the end of this panel session. It's so that please, that's what I mean. Please, you. Okay, let's take a picture. Okay, yeah. You can say it again.
Join me now.
Why? Hope my smile is showing. Let my eyes not show too much.
Thank you. So, beautiful ladies and handsome gentlemen, have you been enjoying the session so far? Have you been enjoying this gathering, this intimate program so far? I personally have been enjoying it. I've learned a lot from the speakers that have spoken up to this moment and of course our panelists. Okay, so we'll be moving on very quickly to the next agenda. Yes, and our next speaker is someone I like to call the mother of the house, the mommy of the day. So, and this is none other than Mrs. Rachel Disu. So she'll be speaking, thank you. So before she comes on stage, I'll read her biography. She'll be speaking on family dysfunction. Alright? She'll be speaking on family dysfunction. So very quickly, who is Mrs. Rachel Disu? Okay, Reverend Mrs. Rachel Olajumoke Disu is a family life coach. She's a linguist, an educationist, an ordained pastor by His grace, a marriage counselor, a final year student at Life Seminary, married since 1991, mother of 4 gifted presidents, and an enthusiast of family life. She's a compendium of God's immeasurable grace and mercy, who loves to travel and is open to learning more. Please, with a loud ovation, let's make welcome the woman of the day, none other than Reverend Mrs. Rachel Disu. Thank you so much.
Like it was given in my bio that I've been married since 1991. I was made a pastor in 2004, and I'm a mother of 4 male children. It was just December that I had my first daughter. Wow! My presentation now is not purely on the professional aspect, but from my work, my experience is what I want to share. And I believe that you don't need to be wounded before you are won. You should be able to learn from others. Like you can see, like here now in this gathering, I am the eldest. My real contemporaries are not here. But you can learn 1 or 2 things from me, so that some of the regrets, some of the pains, some of the battles I had, you will not have to face them. I hope I'm communicating. So recently I told my husband, I said, he was complaining. So he's not a PhD holder, so it's not that he's not lettered, but he's not given to reading some aspects. You know, when you go to university, you have universal knowledge. You will touch every other thing, but you will major on your own. So I expect him to learn some other things, because he does not know the menopausal stage. Do you understand? So he believes that maybe I'm hoarding or I'm making younger. I told him, I said, don't you think that we should see a therapist? He said, therapist? For what? I said, we have issues. So we should see. He said, no, we don't need to see anybody. Okay, let's see a medical doctor. A medical doctor will be able to explain in the language you understand. So you won't be scared that you are exposing yourself. And we've only had a family doctor since 1991. Just one. So he has our records. Let's see. So he said no. I said okay, because several times I've told you, read books, read things that has to do with things that bother you. There will always be experts. People have passed through that way. You are not the first person. So because I've educated him, I've enlightened him, I've told him this and but he's not seeing it. But I think everyone needs a therapist. And even today's gathering will also let us know that we all need a therapist. Now, they talk about, they said I was given a dysfunction. Okay, family dysfunction, yes. So, family dysfunction. So, we don't need to go through dictionary to know that we know function. So when we hear dysfunction, we know is averse to what we want to. So, but sometimes when you read the Bible, I'm sorry, I'm talking Bible. Sometimes when you read a verse in the Bible, it will look as if you have never read that place before. When I open Bible to read Proverbs 11:29a, it says, "He that troubleth his own house shall inherit the wind." I read it again. He that, so a family is not about children. It's about parents and children. For us to have this dysfunctionality, it has to do with parents. It starts from the parents. It is the parent that should create an atmosphere. It's the parent that should carve out a template. This is what I want for my family. And you don't just do it selfishly. You do it giving everybody equal opportunity. And we also believe that God is the creator of the universe, of which man is at the apex. And the essence of creation is for us to have relationship. So, if we are going to have a functional family, there should be mutual relationship. There should be mutual interpersonal relationship between husband and wife, between mother and children, between father and children, between everyone that is together as that family. But sometimes it doesn't work that way. We see that a family may feel that everything is okay. For instance, harshness, shouting. For some people, they believe that when I shout, that's when it sinks in. But one of my regrets in raising my children, especially with Gideon, because he happened to be the first child, he was maybe 4, he would be like 5 years old. I flogged him that day. I beat him, like catcher. So he cried. Later, he came to me. He said, "Mom, it stammers a bit, but people will not know because there are levels of stammering." He said, "Mommy," I say, "don't beat me again." I said, "Gideon, if you do what you do again, I will beat you." He said, "No, Mommy, don't beat me again." I did not understand. I wish we can have a replay. I did not know that this is who he is. Everybody should be studied. He doesn't want shouting. He doesn't want beating anyhow. If I ask Gideon, go and get me a loaf of bread. Normally in our house it's soft bread. Gideon can bring brown or burnt bread. I said, no, return it, because that's the way our parents trained us. Return it. Do you open your eyes? You know this one. You say, Mommy, manage it like that. Manage it like that. I said, no. The day I learned my lesson, he was eating. When I saw that bread, I said, yeah, pick it up, go and change it. He said, manage it like that. I said, no, we cannot manage this burnt bread. Return it. He did. When he came back, he did not eat again. I said, why don't you want to eat? He said, I don't feel like eating again. So it took a while for me to know that he doesn't want it to be interrupted when he's eating. Because Gideon can live for 3 days without food. Of all my children, you can't punish Gideon with food. You can't use food to discipline. He will rubbish you. He will leave it for you. He won't even bother to ask you for food. So the little time he will have to eat, you now send him errand. The appetite will just go. I had to learn in a hard way to discover each of them the way they were. The way they were wired. Their nature. When Nat was a baby or a child, a toddler, if Nat wakes up to life, Mommy, I eat ice, I eat eba, I eat hammer, I eat biki. You mention all the food that he can pronounce. Just give him any one. He's just mentioning all those things. If he finish mentioning them and there's no food, there's wahala. He will start crying. The food must not be too hot. It's too hot, he will start crying. So for Nat, I will prepare the food in small chunks so that as he's finishing this, I'm giving him this. But for Gideon, he doesn't need your food. So anytime he now asks, Mommy, what is this? It is fufu. Is it sweet? Yes, let me taste it. I don't like it. That's the end of that food. So if you are going to have a functional family, does it mean that we will just follow the Bible blindly? I'm not an atheist. By the grace of God, I'm an ordained minister. But if he said that Proverbs 22:6 says that train up a child in the way he will go, train up the child, beat the child, flog the child, discipline the child. Is that how it is all over? We should face reality of the time. Like my generation is torn between 2 generations. Our parents raised us without questioning. This generation will ask you why. Up till now, not that he's telling you that he's married, thank God, glory to God. He will still ask you. If you tell him something, he'll say, why? Is it necessary? You need to convince him why he should do it. But for us, no questioning. Just do what you are asked to do, and God does it. So how do you now notice whether you have a dysfunctioning family or about to be dysfunctional, whether things are going in disarray? Gideon used to be a very happy child as he was growing. When he had his 20th birthday, they were asking us questions. So they asked me that, how well do you know your son? I said, I know him very well. He tells me everything. When they asked Gideon, he said, my mommy doesn't know me. That thing resonated for long. Gideon said, I don't know him. What about him that I don't know? Not knowing that was when he started to have challenge in school with his academics. Well, I did not know. I thought I know. So if we are going to have a functioning family, you have to go the extra mile. You know, I started that parents are the base of the functionality of a home or the dysfunctionality of a home. If a home will succeed, it's from the parents. If it will be in disarray, it's from the parents. So parents are supposed to, we have learned, this is time for us to also relearn and unlearn some things. Some things are no longer applicable for this time if you are going to have your sanity. And you have, like my children, they are the ones training me now. Before, I know myself because my mama did that train me too. Before she finished speaking, hot one is landing. You know this towel girl that goes with her. That was where I was coming from. But as a young lady, I had a pictorial view of the kind of home I wanted. I told myself, I have scar. It will take a while for you to see it. I have scar. I have scar. This one is koboko. This one is wire. That my mommy beat. I left secondary school when she flogged me. This one. So I made up my mind that by the time my children, any of my children, by the time they clock 10, no more flogging. That time they should be in secondary school. That I'm not going to be. My children should have known the pitch, the intonation in my voice. That by the time I'm saying something and I'm raising my voice, they should know that this is not comely. That it doesn't have to be through flogging. And through the grace of God, God helped me. Once in a while, maybe in secondary school, maybe a smack. But not that I would take pankere or take cane to flog my children in secondary school. No. Because I never liked it. So I needed to be intentional about the kind of home, the kind of family I want to have to the glory of God. So along the line, as things are happening, you will be able to study. I said Gideon used to be happy, used to be an expressive child, but after a while, he was getting withdrawn. One day I asked him, he said, I'm worthless. I said, says who? He said, Daddy said it. I knew there is a problem. I don't know when Daddy said it. I said, your daddy will not have said that. He gave me description of when he said it and how he said it. He was crying at the back of the house. I said, no, you are a star. You are a champion. Come. I will tell that. I will talk with him. You are not worthless. He was still in secondary school that time. And if Gideon would tell the story of his family, he has his own story. I have my story. Same with Nat, same with Jeff, same with Regan. We all have our perspectives of stories. But I'm talking, like I said, I'm not talking from the professional side, basically. I'm talking from my experience, my world of experience. So as the children were growing, my husband did not really have that conversation, communal relationship with them. He believes in paying school fees, getting their books. If they are going back to school and I say that, have a provision. If you want to school, they will give them food in school. I said, I went to a boarding house. If I'm leaving my parents' house, I will go with provision. So I took it up by myself. He felt I was indulging them. But both of you cannot be hot against your children at the same time. They will look for comfort outside. Who knows who will be available for them? Whether it will be a positive person or it will be a negative one, and which will now bring a whole lot of problems. So he doesn't believe in provision. He doesn't believe in, even if you say that somebody is going to have his birthday, maybe we should buy for that Sunday. Doesn't he have clothes? he has clothes that is even for him himself, my husband, he doesn't believe in buying clothes. If you see clothes on him, I can say 90% of his clothes I buy them, because at the time I will feel that these clothes are no more okay, let's do something. He will not agree, but I will do it. But by the time I bring it home, he will appreciate it. But for him to think of releasing money to go and buy clothes, is that the next thing for us to deal with. So the next thing is, how do you know that your family is getting dysfunction? So maybe you could see withdrawal, you could see low self-esteem, you could see them. Somebody like Jeff now, as a child he was very bold, he could challenge his father, but he got to a stage, instead of, he could not have face off with his father, he will come to me. At a time, Nat told me that I'm the one that created problem in the family. I said, how? When you do not when you do not allow us to change it for him. I would have changed it for daddy long ago. What do you want to change for him?
Let's doubt.
You know, I'll say, okay, what is the problem? I will give them a lot of answers. He got a say, they say, mommy, don't come from that angle at all. We know that you will support your husband, but this is this. Then I saw that there is problem. I needed to do something. And my husband would say that you should be able to put your feet on the floor and stamp it and say that this is what is going to happen in this house. I said, why can't you tell them? You are their father. Tell them. You want me to be the bad woman, then you will be the saint. I said, no, Tabati Sonko, look at Gideon. Look at the hair on his head. I said, what happened to the hair on his head? It's so bushy. I said, then tell him. Why are you sending me to him? After all, I saw your NYC picture. You had afro. Is that what you're supposed to say? Is that how your mother should talk? I said, I think the children are not here. It's between us. And what I'm saying is that, calm down. They are guys. They can't do braids. They can't do palming. It's only afro or low cost. The nurse told Nat that, look at my hair. You should be barbing your hair like this. I said, see, oh, how would you say that he should have skin on his head? You are old now. That's why you can afford to have skin. Look, if he's going to have skin, by the time he has a fiancé, maybe that one will say that I don't like this hairstyle. You will just see that he will change it. That why don't you let these children know what you want? Then both of you will now come to a middle ground. This is what I want as a home. Then they will be able to say that, Daddy, this is what we can do. Then, so far it's not sinful. So far it is not unlawful. We can always walk around it. But my husband is not the type that allows for conversation, that kind of conversation. His own is money. Money for this, money for that. But you can't use money to buy sanity. You can't use money to buy love. If you have a relationship with me and your wife, you should also have a relationship with your children. See, they are all guys, oh, when they marry, they will not say that, it's their wives that turn their mind. No, look at these children. They are looking for freedom. They want to break away from you. Start rewriting this story that they have of you. And that brings me to what should we do? Because for my children, they suffered emotional abuse in our home. They suffered emotional abuse. They don't do all other things like that, and it made them to fret. But at a point, there was the day Gideon challenged his father that, Daddy, I don't fear you. I was seated though, because every time my husband want to address an issue, he will ask them, go and call your mommy, so that I will sit down and be hearing. That day I saw problem, but my husband was not seeing problem. My husband was saying that they are stubborn, funky, this and that. I said, no, there is an issue. If you don't have relationship with them now, by the time they are married, you have lost them. Because the attachments that will make them to want to say something with you, take counsel, or seek your opinion. If it's not there, if the platform is not there, they won't need you again. So please, start having conversation. Before, I didn't know, he will be sending me to them. Tell them, your daddy doesn't, your daddy wants, your daddy. Anytime when, because I was intentional about having a peaceful family. I was deliberate about it, whatever it was. If I see any article, any book, any write-up, any video, small clip that talks about boys, raising boys in the home, teenagers when they were teenagers, when they were youths, I will read. I will learn my own path. I will pray about how to go about it. And most of the time, God will give me insight. So for us, so that we can, I can go on and on and on and talk, but for us to save our time, I believe that you have to be deliberate. Number two, you have to be dutiful. You must be hands-on. When I was in secondary school, they taught us reshuffle, that you have one food, maybe you have a yam, you want to rebrand it, you can turn it to yam balls or yam pottage. You can turn white rice to fried rice. So number two is dutiful. You have to be available at every point in time. The moment you see something, do something about what you have seen. Something, whether it's an utterance from your children that you know is not good, whether it's the mindset of your husband or your wife, you have to look at what to do about this. This thing must change because it's not going to be healthy for the family. Number three, which I also believe, you must be a delightsome person. You must be available. You must not be judgmental. You must not condemn. You must not write off any child. My parents wrote me off. They said that I don't have brains to study. My mother. In fact, my mother was thinking that I should marry a married man. Oh, Kunori, you don't have head for book. Not knowing that they did not put me in the environment that will make my brain to work. Yeah. And it was my husband that trained me, first degree, went for masters, and he even wanted me to go for PhD. But I look at the family course. He was also doing PhD. Jeff entered university. We should not kill the man. I said no. And even as at now, I'm still studying. So you have to be a delightsome person. You have to be somebody that the children can trust. You know, sometimes they tell me some things about their daddy. I can't go to their daddy and say that this is what. In fact, if my husband should hear some things that the children have said about him, apart from the ones they told him directly, but if I should tell him, his heart will be broken. Look at the children I spent all my life. I told him one day, I said that look, if there is time for Mugo, you will not be able to go for Mugo. But I can help you that you will come for Mugo. You will start brooding. I spent all my life there. Now it's their mother they are pampering. Now they have abandoned me. I said, this is the time for you to rewrite the script that they saw. To let them know that this is not your handmaid. This is just an accident. That let them know who you are, your intention. Talk with them. And finally, you must have the spirit of discernment. You pray, you act, you pray, you act. Let it be an exchange like that. You keep doing it so that whatever you have observed that is not good, whatever your children, I can say we were careless with Nat and Gideon, but we had to improve on Jeff and Reagan. Jeff too would have had an extra year, but we were intentional. Let's see your grades. How did you feel? Which course is giving you challenge? When he now told us, we now gave him counsel, and we have to finish all his extra courses in 300 level, so that by 400 level we'll be able to face projects. We won't have extra year. So if we are not deliberate, if we just feel that everything is rocket science, that just you are giving instruction and you don't have a follow-up on it, you might miss it. There is one of the books I read in school, She Stoops to Conquer. As an individual, whether male or female, you should be able to commit your ways into the hand of God. Commit your children. Ask Him for the wisdom for today, to be able to train the children of today, so that my husband doesn't know Facebook. He knows that there is Facebook, but he's not a friend to them. I'm on Facebook. I'm on Instagram. I'm on anything they say is available. So that yes. A number of times I don't comment, but I will read. When I read and I see something I don't like, my dear, I will pray. I will pray. When Gideon was keeping talons, you know what I mean. You know there was a time he was keeping. You saw it in one of his something. I said, Gideon, you want to keep this? He said, yes. What's wrong with it? I said, there's nothing wrong with it. But I know that as a lawyer, for you to show seriousness in Nigeria, and you will enter a law firm with talents when you are not evil, you are not hawk. But I kept praying, and I never wrote him up. I never talked about it. But the day he would get rid of the nails, he came to me. He said, I'm thinking that I should call this. I said, why? I wanted it to, but I was asking why. When he now said it, I said, and I will advise that you should keep them. When you cut them, keep them. Because a lot of people will not believe that your nails ever grew up to that. So it will serve as evidence when you are talking later. He said, okay. And he cut them, came back to the room. He said, Mommy, I've cut them. And hugged him. Just by himself. But if you have to tell him that, Gideon, you have to cut these nails. As a lawyer, you're not supposed to. That's when he will be more adamant. That let me see the person that will, whether it's in my sleep, they will come and cut nails. So we can go on and on and on like that. But I just want to tell us that you can achieve a functional family if you are intentional about it. You have to design the kind of home you want to have, and with prayers and hard work and intentionality, you will get it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Ma. That was a session seasoned with experience.
Yeah.
You know, all that we have been listening to are young people that have not seen life too much. But listening to Mrs. Rachel, Reverend Mrs. Rachel Disu is, you know, it's really a very experienced session. So, moving on, we'll be having another session. Now this one is going to be a very quick session, right? It's very quick, in about 15 minutes. So we'll be having, she has come up stage before, for those of you that have been here earlier, she was our first speaker. So Miss Esther Soluade will be coming up stage again in 15 minutes to share with us on a topic, discuss with us on the topic, relationship breakups. Who has ever short breakfast? Should I say who has ever, or Who has not chopped breakfast?
I never chop lunch.
Oh, okay, I know that. That's good, that's good. If you've not chopped breakfast, you're lucky.
It was break slow I chopped.
What? It is what?
Break slow.
Break slow. Oh, that was So I know that a lot of us have chopped breakfast one way or the other. So she's going to be sharing, talking with us on the topic relationship breakups. Please let's put our hands together.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay, it was good morning the other time.
Yes, good afternoon.
So it is good afternoon now. I hope we've been enjoying the session so far.
Yes.
Just come forward. No, just stay like this. So essentially, you can move it.
How about that? I was just managing.
Are you fine?
I was just managing.
That's what I was also dodging.
Okay. Don't worry. I'll cope. And that is one of the signs of healthy mental health. Ability to cope with the challenges of life. So this is a challenge for me, and I need to cope because I need to do this. You know, and since this is a mental health conversation, you know, mental health is also ability to bounce back after life has given you that boost. You know, because life cannot be stress-free. If you are looking for, life will always come with its own challenges. Like we are young people here, you know, we are looking forward to one or two things, and when you finally achieve it, you're looking forward to another thing. So, and we need to learn how to cope, how to continue life, and how to deal with life on its own terms, not on our own terms, because life happens. And one of the things that happen is what we want to talk about: relationship breakup. And you know, just like I said the other time, we are emotional beings. Relationship is part of life. We need to connect. We need to relate with people. We need to engage. In fact, nobody can live in isolation because we are social beings. So we need each other to survive. And it's always amazing that, you know, we get to a certain point in life, and the people that raise us are not enough for us again. We need to, I think that's when she was talking about developmental stage, interdependence. So we need, and it's amazing that, you know, the kind of emotion we put in place, the kind of love, you know, it's mysterious kind of, you know, having to fall in love with stranger. And you show this kind of love that sometimes, you know, you don't even show to your family members. And when life happens and the relationship just end like that, it's always very, very emotionally draining. Not only emotionally draining in all areas. You can begin to have even symptoms. Your physical health can even be affected. Your immune system gets low because the stress hormone is very high in the body. You know, it can lead to so many things. I've had patients, you know, that because I work in a drug rehab, that went into using substance and eventually get hooked on it because of relationship issue. So we'll be looking at relationship breakup and even how this affects our mental health, how relationship breakup can impact on our mental health, how can we cope and how can we do better. You know, when I saw this topic, I also remember a certain experience that we have. Okay, just like the host asked, how many of us has experienced, has been served breakfast before? Let's raise up if you have been served breakfast before. Nobody.
Oh, wow.
Just, okay, you've been served. Okay, how many people have served people breakfast before? You've served breakfast. Okay. Because it can either be you serve someone breakfast or they serve your breakfast. You know, I remember being in a relationship sometimes ago, and it was all going well, and something happened along the line and we had to part ways. And after we part ways, I just saw that, and this is a relationship that everybody know about, you know. Our parents are aware, you know, it's not just, and some people that knows us. We have people that know both of us. And all of a sudden, I woke up one day and I saw this guy posted on Facebook that I'm no longer in relationship with this person and this husband. And I saw the relationship that we broke up secretly. The other person went on social media to announce that. So, like, he's trying to say that, let it be in the know that I'm no longer with this person. In his exact word now, he said, I have nothing to do with her again. So when I was in 200 level, you know, when I saw the post, I was like, wow. I was just being wowed. And you know, before I know it, people started asking questions. And you know the painful part of it for me then. You know, being a Christian and a church person, you know, okay, yes, I'm sure I prayed, I have conviction. You know, you are so people ask me, but you said you prayed. So, but you said you have conviction. So I don't even know how to go about it. And you know, these questions was even from, you know, the so-called people that look up to me as mentor. They were asking me questions. How did it happen? This, and of, you know, we, you know, not along the line, someone else, you know, just spoke to me that there are some things that happen you may not have answer to at the moment, and it's okay. It's okay not to have answers to everything that happened. So just try and of course we got over it. So relationship breakup can be very difficult, can be emotionally draining, can impact one's mental health. And I'm just going to, we all know what relationship breakup is, end of a romantic relationship. And there's something associated with breakup. Why? Especially when a lot of investment has gone into the relationship. It may not even be a romantic relationship. It can even be other form of relationship. You know, when you emotionally invest in the relationship, finances, your time, your energy. So sometimes it's not really about the person that you break up. It's about sometimes things that you've invested into the relationship. And this thing comes with a lot of emotions, a lot of negative emotions like anger, resentment, what again? Grief comes with, you know, this phase. And I just want to briefly explain something about grief. You know, especially when a relationship, something just happens to the relationship. You know, grief is a form of emotion, is a form of emotional response to a particular event. And there are so many different stages of grief. So I just want to mention it so that either you've experienced it before, you can relate it to what happened at that time. So the first stage of grief is something called denial. You know, when I mention it, sometimes it may not follow that order. It can be number 5 that you experience first. It can be number 2 you experience first. So, but you know, denial. You know, sometimes you just enter into denial stage. You don't want to agree that. Sometimes you don't want to agree that the relationship has come to an end. You are still like, no, it cannot happen. I remember when I broke up with this person. You know, I thought it was a quiet breakup because yes, we had a conversation on the phone and more or less like we just both agreed that we can't continue again due to this. And funny enough, I ended the conversation. I just put my phone down and I slept immediately. And I didn't have that conversation with anybody again. But somewhere in my mind, maybe we can still come together. Maybe we are just trying to take a break. Maybe something can happen. So I thought and that is something about emotion. You see, it's okay to feel emotional. It's okay to, and when you're going through certain things, don't even try to deny whatever you're going through. Don't try to repress those emotions. Emotions are meant to be expressed. And our emotions are not our enemies. They are actually messengers to tell you what is going on with you. And God intentionally put it there. Imagine if the only thing you experience is you are just smiling, you are just laughing. Even when something happens, you are just laughing. Do you want to say that person is normal? Or you are always sad? What do we call it? We say the person is getting depressed. But there's a way, God has put it that our body, our brain put us in that place of stability, that state of balance. Sometimes you are happy, and when you are happy, you still come back to that state of balance. When you are sad, you still go back to that state of balance. So the first one is denial. So sometimes you refuse to accept that the relationship is over. Sometimes you may even try to negotiate. You are the one that said, it may even be the one that says, we are not doing again. So you now come back to, so for you trying to renegotiate the relationship does not mean that maybe something is wrong with you, okay? And another stage is anger. So like I said, it can start from anywhere. At anger stage, anger is also a natural emotion. Sometimes you feel angry. It can be in two ways. You can internalize the anger and you can externalize it. Sometimes you are angry with yourself. That how did I even get here in the first place? Why did I even say yes to this person? Why did I even invest my time, my energy, and sometimes it can be that you are angry with the person. And some people might resort to maybe going physical with the person. We've heard stories like that before. This person said, I'm not interested again, and you want to get back at the person. The third stage of grief is bargaining. That's maybe you are trying to make a deal with the person. The fourth stage is depression. That's where you feel profound that, okay, just like the question that was answered during the panel session, that this relationship cannot work because of this and this and this. Not because I'm a bad person. And sometimes not because this person is a bad person, but things happen and we can't just continue this relationship. Now, how do we cope? How do we cope? Like I said earlier, that you feel all this emotion, sadness, loneliness, it can lead to isolating oneself. It's okay to feel that way. But the problem is, like I said, imagine maybe you are just served a very hot breakfast and you are laughing. We want to ask questions. What's funny about this situation? Something is definitely wrong. So it's okay to cry. You can vent. It's okay to feel. But where does it become a problem? When you are now, when you get fixed in that situation, that made you are not able to move on. If I go into another relationship, the same thing can happen. Okay, nobody will be interested to date me again. That is when it becomes a problem. But when we begin to feel these emotions, how can we cope? Depression thrives in isolation. Yes, there will be a tendency to wanting to isolate yourself, wanting to not talk to people, wanting to be alone. But you have to try not to be in that space for a long time because it will impact on your mental health. So how can you deal? Like the first one I would say, it's okay to vent. Do we know what it means to vent?
Yes.
Has anybody tried that before? Vent. Expressing your emotion. If it is anger, you are angry about it, you just want to vent, you just want to Release those emotions. You want to say everything in your mind. So it's okay to vent, you can vent. And how can you do that? You can speak to a loved one. If you have a therapist, you can vent to your therapist. As a matter, I have a friend that anytime she's going through emotional issues, the only thing I do is I just listen to everything she wants to say. Sometimes I don't even say anything. She just, this person did it, my mama, she just, sometimes for like 10-20 minutes, she's just talking. All I'm just, okay, wow, sorry, it's fine, you'll be fine. But that is all she just needs. She doesn't need my advice at that point. Because even at that point, anything I want to say will not just enter because of what she's going through. So you can vent. You can look for a loved one that you can talk to. Another thing you can do, and you can also vent through. I think something Pagidi do is sometimes is a form of venting. I don't know if that is right. He call it writing expressions. Writing things that are on his mind. So you can vent verbally and you can vent through writing. And some people call it journaling. So you just write down how you feel. No, just like he said, he writes letters to suicide. Sometimes you write letter to yourself. Sometimes it may be, another, something close to that is a form of self-affirmation. So I don't know the writers in the house if I'm right a bit.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Another technique, another way to cope is have a self-talk. Thank God we have a talk therapist in the house. Talking to yourself, like looking at yourself and saying certain things to yourself. But when you are doing this, when you are doing this, make sure you are doing it with compassion. Self-compassion is also under, in as much as maybe you want to blame yourself for what has happened, maybe you've discovered some faults in what has happened, still be compassionate with yourself. A lot of us are not compassionate with ourselves. Sometimes I tell myself, maybe when something happens, I say, what will I say to another person? If another person is talking to me that this happened, I won't blame the person, I won't judge the person. So why am I judging myself? So the same way you will treat your best friend, try to treat yourself that way. And the last one I want to talk about is reframing. Yeah, you can have some negative thoughts, negative thoughts. So try to reframe all those thoughts. Sit down and analyze the relationship. Know where you are wrong, work on where you are wrong, and give yourself another option. Give yourself another chance. Don't beat yourself too hard. So that is the last one. And finally, get a social support. Like I said, depression and all this negative emotion thrives in isolation. Thank you very much.
All right. Well, time is fast spent, but the time has been invested well.
Yes.
I believe that your time here has not been wasted at all. You've learned a lot. You've gotten a change in mindset. Maybe there was a particular mindset you had before you got here. I'm sure you've gotten a renewal of mindset right now. Okay, so quickly, a documentary is going to be played. We're moving on to documentary. But as the documentary is being played, we're going to do a speed networking, right? We were told to bring gifts. Bring gifts for someone. How many of us did that? If you did that, please put your hands up. Okay, just a few of us. Please, can you put your hands up? Let me see. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Oh. Okay, almost everyone. Oh, good. So we're going to do speed networking. You're going to meet with someone who you're going to exchange. Okay, there's supposed to be like a paper around, but we're going to do it this way. Sorry? Okay, yeah. Thank you. So whatever number that you have, is the person you're going to, whatever number or something, let her put paper so I understand how it's going to be played out. So you're going to network with someone and you meet the person with a gift. You're not going empty-handed. You understand? And as you give the person the gift, you get to know this person. Are you listening? You get to know who this person is. At least 5 things about the person. Their name, what they do, you know. Who knows? You might meet your destiny helper here. Are we following? So yeah, so we're going to be doing that in the next 5 minutes. We're going to be quick. Okay, thank you. We'll be quick about that before we move on. Alright, yeah. So, sorry, hello. What's in the paper? Is it numbers?
Numbers, just pick a number.
Okay.
Let them get a number, I guess.
Who else? Okay. Just pass it. Just pass it to the next person. Please play the documentary afterwards. The last
Who else has it been?
Now, what we are doing. So just scrap. Okay? Are you done? So please open up your paper. What number do you have there? How do we tell? How do we tell?
Don't worry, just put your number.
Okay. I didn't bring it.
You don't pick number. Okay, so everybody, we have our gifts already. And do have our numbers ready. Who has not picked? Let me see that. Okay, so pick one. Be sure you have a gift if you are picking a number. Or I'll walk you to more marks over there and you buy something.
Exactly.
I think I have a POS. You have anything? We'll do cash.
Okay, we should do that.
Let
me pick a number.
Okay, please pick a number. Hey, this lady in front. Gotta beg. I want that to go through.
I want the feeling. Just like that.
Okay, so I'm going to start from here. Your number, ma'am. Number 22. Who is Mr. Michael? This one. You didn't pick number because you not bring it. Wow. Who will buy your camera? Will you like to have this camera?
Yes.
Okay, but that's who you picked. Just hold on. Just note that that's who you picked. Your number 4. Number 4. Who is Miss Emanuela?
Oh, I'm here. But the numbers are not exhausted. That means some people will not get it, even if they brought it.
And we'll find a way around it.
So that paper now, everybody's names. I'm not sure I wrote my name.
No worry, your name is there. Okay, so your number 4. Number 4. Okay, the mad writer. Where is it? You're giving him?
Okay, I'm giving him.
Yes. The mad writer, what's the number? Number 3, Miss Esther Solwade. He's giving you. So, we are still going to attend to your peculiar case.
Okay, so
okay, so Mama, your number, please. Number
70.
Mr. Olowola. We are gifting him.
You bring the car.
Okay, so just last night, right? I saw something on Twitter and it was like, we should go back to trade and barter system. I have a bag of rice. Who has a G-Wagon?
rice now.
Hello. Do you have or you don't have? I have a bag of rice. Do you have a chewa bread? Okay, so Mrs. Rachel this together please. 21. You know why I'm laughing for you? I'd like you to pick me. 21. Mrs. It's only father. Oh, Mrs. to Mrs. Okay, so you will be giving Mrs. Itinu Onifade. Mrs. Itinu Onifade, what's your number? 14. Mr. Pakumojupe, Miss Ray. You have a gift, right? Say yes.
Yes,
good. So, okay, so you will be giving Mr. Pakumoju. Please note, please note, the number you pick, you are giving. Okay. Somebody else will pick you and give you. So it does not mean that the person you are giving is whom you are giving back to. Hello. Is your name on my list?
Go read down.
Okay, so where am I? Mr. Awewa, what's your number?
19.
19. Oh. Okay, you'll be gifting Mr. Nathaniel this too. Mr. Nathaniel, this was your number. Pick your wife and let me see if it's happening. Go,
I don't have the number.
I take that number in front of you. That's one in front of you. Open it. You now have number here. Number 10. No. This is not going to work. It's actually a family member.
Yakubu, you cannot read this election.
This is, so far I'm still the one sharing this.
It's not for myself.
It's not gonna work.
You do transfer. What is my name like here? Better than.
I will tell you, but we are not going to work right. Jefferson. See, family people are better than my dad. No problem. You win. Jeff.
May I just make sense?
Okay, Mrs. Dixon, your number? 20. Eh? I know. Okay, this case is actually sincerely peculiar. I'm not trying to read it. You can pick yourself. Please stand up. Yeah, she's 20. Yeah, 20. Mrs. Esther Disso. I'll go. Just stand up by your gift. Hold on. You are you trying to read it? Okay, so who have I not called? Your number? Number 15. God, I beg. No. No, my best friend. Who does that? It's not. It doesn't matter. When I message to you.
I know something.
Yes, you. She. Are you not Mrs. Esther? Mrs. No, they play. No, we didn't show. Okay, Iyanu, please, let's have you. Your number? 6. Okay, where is Miss Babatunde Bisola? Oh, so over to you. Where is my D? See, I'm not even going to put my own. I'm going to put my own. My love.
Your
It is well with you. In all fairness, I chose number 9. On my number 9, what was number 9? Miss Iyanoluwa. How many of us are on the group? What did I say I was going to bring? Crate of eggs. Wow.
Hey, this girl,
I'm actually going to give her a crate of eggs. I saw eggs. Okay, so your number? Eggs, not eggs. Don't kill yourself, yes. Actually, let's not make her cry. English is the problem there. I said I'm going to give a crate of egg. It's an empty crate of egg. I did not say anything. So yes, I came with a crate of egg.
She don't tell that mistake.
Let's put it inside. I didn't do wrong. moment, I was telling her that whoever picks my number is in hot soup. Because you will imagine a crate of eggs without eggs. Unknown that she is going to pick it. I love you, my dear.
That's why you are planning something. Planning is something that is good.
So I'm the bad person. I say it to my face. What's your number? Gideon.
Your sugar mommy.
Leave it. We'll be divorced. What's that?
By year. Number
Big meal.
number 7. Oh yeah, we now do.
Mr. Kelvin. He has gone. Okay, that's good. Just no. We have Esther still pending, so you're also pending.
Yes. Negotiation.
Your number, number 18.
I'm sending my account number.
Mr. Gideon, this
Why?
She has a gift. She will give.
Yeah, I know.
No. I've not mentioned them, ma. They are only peculiar cases. I decide what's going to happen. I can collect the two of them.
Finish here.
When are your number, please? 18. Number 18. Okay, yeah, Mr. Gideon, this one. Good luck.
Like, where do you buy?
Say your number. 1.
I am giving
Miss Peculiar.
Wait, to Jenna the year. She said she's Jenna. Okay, now.
Hello. Jesus. Wow. Sorry. Okay, so a quick recap. I think we are not getting it right.
Yes.
Please, ma, let me explain again. Say you pick me. You are giving me the gifts. I am not necessarily giving you mine. I am going to give whoever I pick. So someone else is going to pick you and you will ask for the person. I hope we get. So don't worry. After everything, you can let me know your number and I'll tell you who you're giving eventually. So who else have I not called? Hello, sir. You're welcome. You have a number?
Who is giving me?
Mama, rest. We never finish. Ma, see, we have 7,000 men that are yet to bow down. If you don't know, you don't know. If you don't know, you don't know.
Please remind me of number 19.
Number 19 is Mr. Nathaniel Diso.
Okay.
No, that's Mr. Nat over there. Okay, so hello, sir, your number.
So is it you that
Number 16, Miss Precious Way. You are with the moderator.
you have my account number?
Okay, so your number, sir. You will have number. Somebody will pick you. Your number, ma'am. Number 10, Miss Ngozi, your seatmate.
Still like.
Miss Ngozi, your
I'm
number.
ready for woman.
Number 5, Miss Grace Solu. What is Miss Grace Solu?
They are bringing us on each other.
It's today.
No, the gift is here now.
He said that he would give Jeff
No.
on his wedding day.
I will not allow it. Okay, so if Miss Grace Solu, you are the one. How did you people do it?
I don't know, but my wife told me that I'm going to be 5 class, but I didn't know she was the one.
See, people, they beat themselves.
Let it slide.
They were
You know, I'm actually not a lover of peace, but I'm Ma, your number?
I've mentioned it already.
Number 1. 14. Number 14, Mr. Fakumo Jubemisiri. Number 2, hey, finally, you get gift, I mean you get gift. You get, because the work was hard. Mrs. This Rachel Olajumo.
Finally.
Let's make her give that. Your number, ma'am? Number 8, oh, Miss Janet Henry.
Yes.
I think it's important to know that today is your birthday. Okay, so your number, sir. Don't carry me now. Nobody will carry me. I'm not. No. What's your number? Number 3 is Miss Esther. Okay. Your number.
My number is.
It's me. Your number is okay.
1,000. Sorry. Okay, 1,111. I thought 11,000.
Your number is 11.
Yes.
That's not right. What's your number again? Oh, it's me, oh. You beat me. Okay, so this was what happened. When she said 10, I
I was still 11. I used glasses. I'm sorry.
Let me come and give
So I called
Is
number
it the one
11.
give you class?
No, I have my glasses here.
Okay.
Yeah, me don't get my problem. So please, I'm number 10. You took number 10, Abby. I'm number 10. I am
So
number sorry, Ngozi.
you collect good gifts, but you give another person crates.
Yes! That's the idea. Okay, so if you are here, nobody has picked you. Can I see
So
you?
what am I giving?
Yeah, no, you're giving me Ngozi. Yeah.
Motivate.
So, are you here and you've not been picked? What's your name, sir? Mr. Jaka Israel. So nobody picked 23. There's 23 in that place. What's the motor? Actually, your number magic for money. I don't know Nigeria.
Number and I collect you.
Okay. So we do it this way.
Okay, send it.
Okay, you need it to 22. I we have 25 again.
You replace
Kelvin. Okay, so who took Kelvin?
I don't want to
Who took number 7? Who took number 7? Please check them. Okay, so they are reaching out to him. Yeah. So if you're here and you don't have somebody who picked you, who picked Esther this one? Who picked you? One number. Okay, yeah, she picked herself. Okay, so anybody here who doesn't have somebody?
Yes. Pagidi now.
Pagidi is something, I beg.
Wait, who saw to me?
You are giving, but who is giving you?
I am giving you. Who are you giving?
Are you sure? Don't worry about one.
Okay, so let's do it this way. Miss Esther, you're going to give me. Yes. So who is giving? Who chose? No, somebody already chose Esther this now. Yes, who chose number 20? I choose Okay, so you give, I should give you. She take now. Are we separate? Which number did you pick?
16.
Well, that's it.
But what about Pagidi now?
Okay, yes, I think that's very challenging. So nobody is giving you. Yeah, it's a lie. Don't worry, your husband is here.
No, I'm not.
You can't agree. Will you want the crate of egg? No. It's a lie. You are giving Jeff.
I about Pagidi giving her. Since people are giving the person is Pagidi.
Someone else is here.
We have somebody.
Okay, so I think that the mistake is the person who did the ballots did just 22 instead of 25. So I think that's it. And the remaining 24. No, number 24.
Like who is this supposed to go?
Three of them left.
Three left.
Okay, let me also be good. Sir, Mr. Akin Telu. You didn't come with a gift, right? Do you intend to do something? You want to do something? It's like art. Okay, so I think we'll be going with our idea. We have 3 people, 3 peculiar cases.
No, my name is Peculiar.
You have to give him
23, 24, 25.
Right, so my challenge is he picks someone. The 3 of them.
Okay, so I see
He's to give me.
Attachment
He's to give him. Like somebody is supposed to give him too.
And Gideon is giving him.
Okay, Gideon is giving him. Give yourself your gifts. Let me rest. No, yes, now.
Everybody's not. Let him live now.
Okay, wait. He's receiving. He's giving him. She's giving him. You are giving. Who are you giving?
Who is somebody not giving anything?
Who is somebody now? If you are here and nobody is giving you, you know who you want to give, but nobody is giving you.
You're not giving anything. Who is this?
Okay,
Number 22 is Mr. Michael.
Sorry.
That's Mr. Michael.
So you're giving
Who am I
him?
Yes. Who are you now? Let him be. Okay, please give Esther. This is Mrs. Esther. So give Esther.
Yes, I'm
She will give you, no worry.
Then who will he give?
So it's set to him. It's set to him.
So
She's giving.
No, the guy. Who is in our
It's set to Christ.
Yeah, second now.
Men and brethren, can we rise up?
alright. They are not giving you.
Okay, so with your Jesus mind, if you are here with your gifts, swap. Yeah, don't worry. Who chose number 2? shirt.
What to collect my gift?
You are number 22. Please, what's the number 22 is?
Number 22 is Mr. Michael. Who is Mr. Michael? That guy. Oh, thank you. Okay, so I think we are done with this session. Who is supposed to give it? Okay, so I think we've all sorted this, right?
Yes. Do you like
Nathaniel, send money to Jefferson.
I'll transfer to him.
Good. Are you satisfied?
I'm not satisfied though. He's from the heart, so no, it's not. Is it the right chamber or the left chamber?
Who are you actually giving? Who are you giving? You're giving out, okay. So I think we are all sorted.
The only use is auricle, not his ventricle.
Okay, let's be seated for the last section.
We are not sorted though.
We are not seated here.
Yes, let me solve.
No, he will attend to you.
Let me solve.
Okay, I want to ask one time again. Are we all sorted?
yes?
Thank you for this wonderful session. Thank you. Your case is in my book. Thank Before we go on, I'd like us to wish. Yeah, we will do that. To wish our very baby of the house. I call her the baby of the house because she's my own baby. You know, the way she calls me mama every time, I wish I didn't get somebody as big as her. But my sister, Mr. B. So, joining to welcome, just right here, Jane Diamond, Jane Emery, Jane. Also, Jane Diamond, yes, the total of body expression. She can trouble on social media. The most popular member, the first personality winner. Everything. It's a privilege meeting you for the very first time in real life. Let's be grateful that somebody like Kemi is not here. But you know, we are going to be planning an hangout very soon, don't worry. If you belong to the expression committee, we'll be planning an hangout and it's going to be fun. I can promise you that. Trust me when I say so. It's going to be fun. So, with Jesus' joy and the love of the season of Ramadan, can we just, a solemn way of saying happy birthday, because this is an official environment. Let's wish her happy birthday.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
This one is our gift. And you know we didn't even factor
Yes,
does this woman has an account number?
No, that she can use my account number.
Okay, we'll use the mom's account number. So we are going to reach out to her. That's just the beauty of this. As a single, she's blushing. Yeah. We'll reach out for her to choose to celebrate her birthday here with us. It's not easy. So happy birthday once again. I don't have much to say. I don't have words. But I'm going to welcome the convener of this program to just say a word of encouragement to you. Pagidi, please. Pagidi.
What I know you.
Hey, encouragement. What was it? Let them wish. From your heart to her.
A hug.
Oh, is that a wish?
I wish both of you. Okay, I wish you good husbands.
You know which one you want to have.
She's Ekumba already. According to her, she said. I wish
Sorry, please, what's her name? They are highly favored and blessed. Thank you for coming to our program. In Diamond, I wish you a good husband and a happy married life in advance.
Have you proposed to her in our back?
And what is
Did you propose to her in our back?
No, I said
Why
I
do you wish
wish
you
her.
happy married life in our back?
That is the wish now in advance. Like whenever it comes, whenever the network is. I've been never seen.
Hi. Thank you so much. Already.
Alright, thank you so much.
Hello everyone.
Hello.
How's it going? Hello everyone. Okay, we're gradually coming to the end of this event. What an amazing time it's been. So very quickly, we'll be watching a documentary, and I want us all to please pay attention. This is very important. Just give this your utmost attention, please. So it's coming on now. Please just watch and enjoy.
Movie night.
Yes, movie night. Thank you.
No,
Okay guys, just to save time as that is being worked on, we're going to be inviting Mr. Tochukwu. He's going to share in just about 5 minutes. He's going to talk about, this event is, yes, of course, it's organized by Pagidi, but it's in conjunction with an organization that is Mental Health Awareness Africa. So he's coming up now in 5 minutes to share with us a bit about Mental Health, Awareness Africa. Please let's put our hands together.
Hello again.
Hi.
So I thought long and hard about how to structure what I need to say, because something that always happens is there are so many things to say and you end up rambling. So in order to save time, I've managed to write a short speech to just get the point across to you and then go on. But just to introduce, the title of the speech is All the Things We Carry. All the Things We Carry. And before I go on with that, I want to share with you this conversation I had. So earlier, I think it was, yes, when Pagidi did the opening remarks, he said something about telling your story or writing your story before you leave. I don't know, do you remember hearing something like that? And it got me thinking. So there is a conversation that I remember having with a group of people about death. It's one of the things we don't talk about as much. Like you don't see people every day discussing death. So first off, there's a question of why do you fear death? One person said they don't fear death. The person is male. He said he doesn't fear death. What he fears is pain, the pain that comes with death. So if death is going to be painless, he's okay with just going like that. So for the next person, it's that she doesn't fear death. What she fears is eternal damnation. So after dying, she fears hell. These are different perspectives. And the most important thing for me was that it got me wondering, so what do I fear when I think of death? And it was a very simple question to answer, because when I thought about it, I realized that if I'm in a car and the car begins to, it happens now and then. The car begins to do somehow. In that moment when everybody's shouting Jesus, and both the atheists in the house and everybody remembers Jesus and all the other prophets. In that moment, what flashes before my eyes, you would not believe. But the thing that flashes right in my eyes, I have 10 unfinished manuscripts in my laptop that nobody has gotten to see. So in that moment, what I realized that my greatest fear is dying without telling my story. I'm okay if I have finished writing everything I want to write and I've put it out, I'm okay with that. And then I think when he said something about telling your story before you go and the many ways that we can tell our story, I think it's something to draw inspiration from, because we don't all have to be writers, but somehow, just somehow, you have to leave that legacy when you go. So that's just the way to introduce what I'm about to say. And like I said, the speech is titled All the Things We Carry. Also to mention, it's my first time in Lagos.
Wow.
The numbers of the highest story building in Lagos.
The highest?
Yes. And I will charge you for every floor.
Including the flyover and BRT buses.
Alright. Since this is your first time, you cannot come and go like that. You must collect money. From what give you mark now.
Alright, so that will reflect in the speech. Alright, so it says, when the bus brought us to the point that read goodbye from the States, and we proceeded together to the area I immediately realized had to be Lagos simply because the road was jammed all of a sudden, I knew instinctively that I would write about this place. Not because there is a shortage of literature based in this city. Any ardent reader knows there are 1,001 chaotic stories about the city. But because something about being here means you have to participate in it. Somehow. I perhaps would not take many pictures to mark my first time in Lagos, but I would write about the way all road users squeeze into tiny, dangerous spaces. The way everything moved at once and was loud and only got louder. The way the driver brought us to a point and screamed for all passengers to alight, even though he had announced a different stop from the start. The way passengers who hadn't gotten to their destination backed at him while everything else moved. I tried many times and failed to find the words to capture this place, this feeling, this spirit. After a while, I just said to myself, this is pure madness. I am known to use the term madness a bit too loosely, so you will forgive my odd choice of words. Us Lagosians, us Nigerians, us Africans, we carry a madness that is bold, colorful and daring. We dare to laugh in the face of despair. We possess the will to survive this difficult life we're born into. And survival is a wild, wild thing. Nature is cruel. Eat or be eaten, feed or be food. Choose madness or let others drive you insane. The title of Amanda Gorman's debut poetry collection has always remained with me since I first read it. Call us what we carry. And if we call each other what we carry deep inside, what would be our true names? Trauma, fear, pain, or love? It is not our scars that kill us. It is our inability to define them. Our unwillingness to acknowledge that some bleeding wounds do not require strength and fight. They need to be cleaned. They need stitches and banding. They need soothing. Now who fights wrong, they live to fight another day. Earlier this week while I discussed a new project with my boss, she says, there's a mental health angle to that character and I hope you explore that when you write it. I tell her that there's a mental health angle to every character. How would you write a character without understanding their state of mind? Their motivation, their strengths, their weaknesses, their fears. What is left of a person when you take away their story? We must always remind ourselves that mental health in itself is not a crisis. It is not the presence of a mental illness, nor is it synonymous with depression or suicide. Mental health is the state of mind of a person, whether healthy or unhealthy. It is a reflection of who we are. So when I write lines of dialogue, when I write African characters, these are not isolated stories. They speak of a past and a collective experience. And with this understanding, let us broaden our approach to mental health conversations, because health tips are not only for those who are critically ill. We should erase the stigma around mental health issues and commit to carrying healing, stability, and inspiration as we have carried our horrors and pain. And perhaps it might help us in this endless search for true meaning in life. All right, and then while our woman was speaking, she said something about when Pagidi said, "My mommy doesn't know me," and that line stuck because it was in line with something that I thought of while preparing this speech. So you would ask yourself, what makes someone to say that my mom doesn't know me? And in that, I realized that in that moment, what Pagidi was thinking was that the major thing he was carrying inside, his mother did not know that. And that means that, in truth, who are we when, if not what we carry? We are exactly what we carry. So to understand someone, you must understand their deepest fears, their deepest desires. You must understand all the things they carry. And then you can say that you know this person. So we understand that we are here together, gathered here to discuss mental health, which is an important thing. But perhaps what we need to really understand is that it's not just an important thing, it's exactly who we are. We are exactly what we carry. And the moment we start to cater to all those things bottled up inside, that is in truth when we become what we were meant to be. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so moving on, we have the documentary played out now. So please, let's watch.
Dearest Suicide, Part 1. It's good to commit suicide. This is going to be the last expression you're going to read from me before I finally decide to commit my suicide. I'm sorry to say, you have buried enough, and since it's the last time you will read me, what would you make of it? How will it look to you? What would you make of my words, my actions, my vulnerabilities, my fears, my smells, my courage, my cheers, my tears, and all of the times you spent reading each and every piece of me in the past? Have you even spent any time not spending with me at all? Did you ever care to take note of the things I was clearly writing out, saying, screaming, and expressing it all in vocal words and alphabets? Did you value anything I wrote down? Or were you even beefs, smirks, scorn, and sheer pretense? A sheer pretense of saying well done when you were only trying to contain your discomfort of reading something that doesn't make sense to you. And before you could even say jack or care to appreciate my work, oh, I live, I die, I commit my suicide without saying a word, not even a code, not to talk of the accompanying by. Well, I have no words to say to you for now. I'll rather turn to my focus on the friend I've long been admiring from a distance. Suicide. Dearest Suicide, how are you doing? It's been a while I heard from you, and I thought it best to come see you since I no longer have anyone to talk to. The last time we met, a larger part of the crowd silently made noise about our friendship. They raised their hair, twitched their nose, beat the doors, and held placards in resistance of the opinion I held concerning you. It's good to commit suicide, I wrote, and I gave a long dosage of pills about our love story and how the affair we had almost made you take it. Controversial? That's what they called me, and hurled at me. They had lots of sentences to make about my type of thought, style of writing, and even question what I want to bring out of my expressions. They demanded that I explain why why I would write in such manner, knowing fully well that lots of young folks were now taking their lives in disturbing numbers. I never cared to listen to them, even though they judged. I didn't budge, didn't nudge, didn't even dare fudge. I just kept on writing. I knew exactly why I was writing, who I was writing to, and what I was talking about. So I wasn't ready to allow some irrational meaning and misplaced opinion could stop me from admiring beauty or my plans to come on with you. I had made myself mentally strong for my goals already. I wasn't beat by their sentimental sentiment. However, the story didn't begin here. On the 28th of November 2018, a final year student of agricultural economics studying at the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, took his own life unannounced. Reports stated that the young guy killed himself for some issues related to the repayment of debt he owed, debt he couldn't pay. Apparently, he borrowed a certain amount of money from a whoever to play bet, and he lost. I could have sworn that it was Man U, Chelsea, Arsenal, or Barcelona that caught his bet in the period of question, but I can't speak for the dead. Earlier that year, a final year student of computer engineering at the University of Benin hung himself in the privacy of his apartment in his room. Words had it that he attended lectures on that fateful day and returned home to do his routine chores before going into his room to end his life without saying goodbye. It was his sister's persistent knock on the door, forcing the door open, that allowed the campus of the lifeless body that had been dangling around for some hours. The young lad had said to have been suffering from a manic depressive sickness known as bipolar disorder. But for a guy who was running on a first-class CGPA and also in his final year, academic depression surely wasn't to be one of his disorders. That's not all. On the 13th day of March 2018, a 20-year-old secondary school guy, known simply as Umar, died by suicide. After a series of endless battles with depression, he hung himself. Like the previous story about the first-class student who hung himself, the body of this lad was found swaying to the rhythm of the waves in a nearby river in his area. More shocking was the reality that he had just completed his pre-university examination, JAM, when he thought it best to end his life. Then in July of the same year, a student of Niger Delta University did the same thing by drinking a portion, maybe the entire bottle of Sniper. Daniel, as it was known to be, drank the hazardous liquid, having confirmed from the school board that he had 4 carryover courses to retake. Rushed to the hospital, he was unable to be revived. Dearest suicide, if anything could be said in favor of you being the best option for him, his sister's trip via social media only made things feel all the worse. She wrote, "What a painful exit. Those special memories of you will always bring a smile to my face. If only I could have you back for just a little while, then we could sit and talk again just like we used to do. You always meant so much and will always do. The fact that you're no longer here will always cause me pain, but you are forever in my heart. My dear brother, until again." And then the most popular happened in 2019. Chukwuemeka Akachi, a young Nigerian poet and student of the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, who was running on first class at that time, finally decided to pay you a permanent visit. And his timeline became the haven for emotional words and accusatory thoughts. Words he will never get to read, thoughts that didn't matter to him. He was just 21 and he drank 2 bottles of Sniper.
So quick question, how did you feel listening to that piece? I know just one person. It's just one person. How did you feel? First time I listened to it, it was really touching. Let me use that word again. Like, oh my gosh. So I want one person to tell me, how did you feel listening to that? Do you feel like crying? I see you're thinking like you want to cry. Did you feel emotional?
Yeah,
Like you wanted to cry. Oh my gosh, yes, beautiful. Okay, I'll be calling up so our amazing convener is coming up now to address us briefly on what we just listened to. Yeah, thank you. We just like to get up.
All right, please, can I have our attention, everyone? Thank you very much. Please, I need our attention. Okay. About 2 weeks ago, I was at an event on the island. But I was privileged and fortunate to be in the same room or in the same gathering with lots of dignitaries. Dignitaries in the sense that Olusegun Obasanjo himself was there, Goodluck Jonathan was there, the Vice President of Nigeria was there, Tunelu Melu was there, Lord Gowon, Yakubu Gowon was there. Now, if I had died when I desired suicide, I wouldn't have been able to sit in the same room with those people. We are already in the era of mental health. Take that. We cannot take that. We are in the era of mental health where people are consistently speaking about it. However, I love everyone. When I mean everyone, I love myself so much. That's what I mean by everyone. I love myself so much that I know no matter what happens, I cannot die. The only thing that can kill me is maybe death itself, but not suicide. Yes, I'm preaching and pushing for this conversation in a counter-psychological way. Sometimes death becomes the only option because that's a fact. There are some things that will happen to you. You are working in a firm. Your company gives you maybe 2 million naira to use for stuff, and that weekend, Barca and Arsenal, they are playing match. Now think about it, it's just 1.05 odds. Let me just use it, and you stake that thing, and it crashes.
That's a don't crash.
So, what I am really pushing for is that you have a reason to still stay alive, irrespective of what you are going through. Write your own story. You can die whatever time you want to. God can even call you home at any point. But before you go, write something. And it's not necessarily a book. Write your story. Because when you go, nobody will write your story for you. Or it is whatever they feel like writing. That is even if they know you. That is even if they know you. So please, as much as you are listening to these things, because mental health conversation will always come. In May, I'm having another one with secondary schools in Ikorodu. If you are opportune, you can come along with me. So, but what I'm pushing for is that don't die without leaving a story behind. If it is with music, like my brother, it is not the issue of God forbid. If Nathaniel dies today, people will remember him for stock market millionaire. So I want us to understand where I'm coming from. It's not the case of God forbid, everybody will live one day. I don't wish we did that. You cannot die now. Even if you get that. So that's where I'm coming from. Whatever you are doing, ensure you have a story that someone can use, not to remember you when you are no more, but to write about you and that you yourself know you've done something before you leave. Thank you very much.
Wow. All right, thank you. So we are finally coming to the end, and we have just the final icing. That's the icing on the cake. Yes. So we have eaten the cake. Now it's raining the icing. About to eat. So yeah, I'm talking about the final session we have today. Yes, the final session. So in about just roughly 15 to 20 minutes, our final speaker will be coming up. And believe me, this is going to be an interesting session. So listen attentively. Our next speaker is Miss Emanuela Uduebolo. Did I pronounce it wrong? Okay, I'm sorry. So she's going to be discussing on the topic 2024 and my mental health. Please let's put our hands together.
So good afternoon, everyone. This has been a really amazing session, and I'm really happy to meet you all and to rub minds with you, to learn from a wealth of knowledge, from experience, from studies and all. I think my first time meeting actually everybody here, apart from Gideon and she, but I saw her online during his book launch. It has been a great time, so thank you so much. So I'm just looking for him to upload this slide for just walk with that. Okay, I pray okay, so 2024 and my mental health. So I really want to work with the slides so that I won't go beyond the time. This is the same thing. Don't present it. Yeah, I think maybe that's why it's. Okay, yes, I think this is fine. Thank you very much. So 2024 and my mental health. Yeah. So this year we unanimously chose the theme "No Grief for Anybody." But I don't know, is that still a thing now? I mean, at the beginning of the year, it was "No Grief for Anybody." But at this point, I don't think it's still a thing also. And it was born out of a place of define the odds to choose what is best for you. Some persons might have been screaming that thing, but they have no idea what it really was, or maybe they're just like, no agree, or just I don't want any stuff. But basically, it was define the odds to choose what's best for you and those you care about. But subconsciously or unconsciously, it was a cry for mental sanity because we didn't really take note of that, right? So I don't know how that particular phrase "no grief for anybody" came about, but I know it came from somebody who felt like this year I'm really not going to live my life based on what other people are dictating, right? I'm going to go for what I know is really right for me, what I know is good and beneficial for me, from a place of mental sanity. But we didn't take note of that. This year, it's important to prioritize your mental well-being, and that's what we'll be talking about today. 2024 and the mental health. So basically, what is mental health? And I'm sure we've learned that over and over and again today. Mental health is our psychological/mind state of being, which affects our ability to make decisions, ensure thriving relationships, and contribute to our world. So I want to believe that after today, or even at this point in time, when you're leaving this door and someone says mental health, the first thing that should come to your mind should not be a madman. Let us, I believe that leaving this place, you should not be someone that is insane, right? Everybody has the word in mental health. It's the mind state of being. Now, how important is one's mental health? It affects the functionality of other parts of our life. No matter how spiritual you are, if your mind is down, you can't pray. You won't be able to do. You can't do anything. If your mind is down, no matter how energetic you are or the way you exercise, let's say you have the abs and all those stuff and everything, you won't be able to do anything, right? It's intertwined. Our spirit, soul, and body, they're intertwined. So now, what are mental health illnesses? So there's a difference between mental health and mental health illnesses. So that's where people normally make mistakes. So whenever they hear mental health, their mind is going to the illness directly. Meanwhile, it's just a different scenario. So just as we know malaria, headache, typhoid for the body, that's the same way we have mood disorders, which can be depression or bipolar disorder, we have anxiety disorder, we have personality disorder. So under anxiety disorder, we can have social anxiety disorder, general anxiety disorder, OCD. But it's funny why some people, they actually make some kind of statements and they don't really know the implications. So some person, they just feel like it's a flex or something on TikTok and so like, oh, I have OCD, my OCD. And whenever I hear of things like that, I'm always like, are you sure you want this thing you're talking about? Like, if you really understand, people that struggle with OCD, it's not a flex. It's not something that you would be proud of. One of the popular symptoms of person that, like, popular symptoms, not generic for everybody, but like, if you want to give an example of OCD, you find people that they have this. First of all, you have the obsessions in your heart, right, and compulsions and all. Yeah. So people that you find them, okay, they're just scared of death and feel like germs can just harm them or kill them and stuff. Then you find them washing their hands, and even to the point where their hands are sore and stuff, they can't just stop or help themselves. There's not something to say, to claim, or I'm depressed. I mean, I know, yeah, things are happening and people are going through stuff, but the word depression is not just when you just randomly feel sad, right? It's way deeper than that. So people that are really experiencing those things will not feel like it's just stuff, like reflecting something. So we have psychotic disorders, we have eating disorders, yeah, we have eating disorders, we have trauma-related disorder, such as post-traumatic stress disorder, and substance abuse disorder. And trauma-related disorder, please, I want to put a caveat here, it's not necessarily if somebody has been through, let's say, rape or near-death experience. There's so many other things that can cause trauma. And Mommy said something. She said, everybody needs a therapist. That's true. One way or the other. It could be from our upbringing, our childhood, the childhood relationships we had, something. We might have experienced one form of trauma or the other, or one experience that kind of like affected us psychologically in a way. You need to talk to somebody. Next slide, thank you. Now, how do I identify this mental health illness? Remember, our theme for this year is 2024 and what? My mental health. So it's important to have this awareness. You know about this thing, right? So you know how to handle it best. Now, how do I identify? So whenever I hear about suicidal cases and all, even while we're watching this video, one thing that came to my mind is for these victims, for these persons that ended up dying by suicide, if they knew or if they had comfortable spaces around them where they could talk and really express what they are feeling without judgment, without anything, right? Without loss of confidentiality and so where people could really understand them and feel what they are feeling. Maybe some of them might have not given in to suicide. So it's important that you are aware. So that the person, your neighbor, what we know, when I mean neighbor, it's not just the person that builds the house next to you. Anybody that's around you at a particular point in time is your neighbor. You can be able to tell that, okay, this is somebody is actually going through something, right? And how can I intervene? Because we are in this for each other. So I'm going with that one. So when you begin to notice undesired changes in relationships, daily life activities, mood and emotions, then you should speak towards a therapist. When these things that you normally do, when they change, your relationship with people, you no longer feel the way you normally feel towards others, you begin to lose interest in things and stuff, then you should know that there is something wrong. So because of time, let's just move on. Now, how does someone actually get mental health issues? And what are the prevailing factors? So we have genetic factors. We have, so genetic factors in the sense that if somebody in your lineage or somebody, then you might have a family member that has like a mental health challenge, there is a probability that you might be prone to that. Then substance abuse, we are quite familiar with that. When you involve yourself with substances and all, there is you can get or you can begin to develop a mental health issue. Biological factors, and for my colleagues that are here, so like for example, we know that there are hormones in the body that are responsible for some emotions that we feel, dopamine and all those stuff. And serotonin. It just left my head now, right? Serotonin. So, yeah. So if those hormones, they are not at a balanced level in our body, right? There is every tendency to feel. So it's something to feel, let's say, happy. You're the moment where you're supposed to feel happy and all. But if you don't have enough of that hormone in your body, you can feel sad. So those are like biological factors. Then early life environment, your upbringing, how you grew up and stuff, trauma, stress, personality factors, they are what they can lead to someone developing mental health issues. So for this personality factor, I'm talking about temperament. So if you have like the introverted temperament, for example, melancholy, phlegmatic, sometimes you are prone to experience some mental health illness like depression, because most melancholics they don't express as much. They tend to internalize more their issues and stuff, so they are more prone to mental health issues. So our mental health illness is hereditary. So this is a question that some persons, and I think I answered that in the first on genetic factors. So there is a probability. It's not like something that has been stamped that okay, yeah, this is it, right? But there is a probability. So the next slide. How can one take care of his or her mental health? And this is very important. We are in 2024. How do I take care of my mental health? Right? One, have support from family, friends, and community. This is not the time to do life alone. Really, we really can't do life alone. I don't know how to like really emphasize that, but we can't do life alone. Each and every one of us here, we have the spice that we bring to relationships, right? Each and every one of us here, we have the spice that we bring to our friendships, our families, and all. We have that special thing within us, right? That when we all bring it together, it makes the world beautiful. Imagine if everybody here was dark. If everybody here was fair, if everybody here laughs the same way, so somebody casts a joke and we all laugh the same way, maybe really weird and stuff, right? We have the amazing stuff to bring to our world. So have support from friends, family, and community. It helps our mental health a whole lot. Healthy body and prioritizing self-care. So like I said earlier on, our spirit, both soul and body, they are connected. When you exercise, normally research has shown that when you exercise, it boosts your mental health, right? It gives you this feeling and this good feeling, and also healthy body. Stay healthy, prioritize self-care. It is very important. When it's time to rest. When it's time to self-care for something, because it's your body we are talking about and all. Stress reduction. Try to reduce stress this year. I know, yeah, we are all out to make the money, we are all out to get the bag, whatever quotes they use and stuff, right? But please reduce, especially if you live in a city like this beautiful city that we are in, Lagos. Please try to reduce the stress. It's very, very important, because this is, so I hosted a mental health awareness show on Tuesday, and the first I had a guest, Entish, and she said something that was profound. So she said, stress is not necessarily a cause. Stress does not cause. It's not a mental health illness, right? But it's like a bedrock something, right? So when it's there and it's built upon and all, then you begin to experience mental health illnesses. So please, stress reduction, very, very important. Then develop adaptive coping strategies for life problems, and she mentioned it. So when issues come to you, because it's going to get tougher this year, they're just a match, right? And some places are even saying the dollar might even get to 2.5. I don't know. Yeah, honestly.
Dollar will get to 2024, 25 before Nigeria.
Some places are saying the dollar will get to 2.5. Do you get and stuff? So there's so many things that are bound. Some things will happen. You might experience changes, and it's not even just. Let's even go to more personal matters. People are relocating. Some persons have decided not to relocate, right? And you have friends that are relocating. It might look like, or if you look at it, you try to reflect it, it might have something toll on you because your friend is leaving. Do you get? And so you might have this gap in your heart. It can be a family member and stuff. So there's so many things that would come your way that would want to like shake your mental health in or just make you feel sad or something. How do you cope with life problems? Develop what an adaptive coping strategy, right? How do you respond to life when problems face you, when they come at you? Do you see yourself as, I'm always one, I can't deal with this at all. This is too much for me. I don't think I have the strength. Or you believe that you are able to really overcome it. Do you get? Just try to develop something that will help you, that will increase your tenacity towards life problems. I said tougher times will show up this year. How prepared are you? This is time to start preparing yourself. How prepared are you? practice self-compassion, and she mentioned it also, which is beautiful. So if somebody comes to you now with the awareness you have of mental health, if I come to you and tell you, oh, I'm battling with suicidal thoughts, this is what I'm feeling, what you will tell me is, oh, don't worry, you'll be fine, don't worry, you'll be good, you want to show me grace and stuff, right? Take your time. But if it is you, what do you tell yourself? How are you thinking of something like that? You that people are looking up to and stuff, practice self-compassion. It's not just suicidal cases. Let's say you do something wrong in the office. If somebody comes to you and tell you, oh, I messed up, you think, oh yeah, you did something wrong, but don't worry, you can do this again, you can be fine and stuff. But when it comes to you, what do you say? Oh, I'm a fool, I'm just stupid. God, I don't even have sense. What kind of you just beat yourself and punish yourself and judge yourself. So try to practice self-compassion. Give yourself grace. Give yourself grace. Healthy thought patterns. Healthy thought patterns, right? So check yourself, take out time in your personal time, reflect. What are the ways that I think? Right? If you can also check on Google, they have destructive thought patterns, right? People that are perfectionists, they just feel like, oh, it must be this or this. If it's not 100, then it's 0. If it's not 100, then I'm a failure and stuff. Check out your thought patterns. How do you think about things, right? Do you label yourself? When something negative happens to you, use it to label the rest of your life, right? Do you overgeneralize? She said all men are scum. There's some people that, funny enough, that's their mindset. They just use one experience and they just use it to just frame everything. I mean, that word came from somebody. Yes, maybe she might have had a couple of guys that hurt her, but it does not mean that every other man in the world, right? So people that have that thought, so check your thought patterns, because low-key, those are the things that sponsor mental health illnesses, unhealthy thought patterns. Normalize therapy. Normalize therapy. I don't know how I'm going to emphasize on that. A lot of persons have been through tough experiences from childhood and all. Just the same way you would save to buy a bag, save for therapy. You can never tell, really. Especially if you want to make a very important decision in your life, like getting married or doing something, right? Save. Talk to a counselor, talk to a therapist, talk to a mental health specialist. Just save, and you might just uncover some things about you that, oh, maybe if you didn't treat this thing and you went into marriage with it with somebody else, it might just give you issue or something, right? Normalize therapy. If you get someone, so I think there's some guys. It's very funny when you hear some guys, they say, guys, they don't. I don't know if the guys they are here. And guys don't go for therapy sessions, they settle it in the beer parlor or whatever, and all those funny stuff and everything. It's quite funny, but I mean, when you get there and you are high, when the highness leaves you, you come back to your problem. You need to be looking at you in the face, right? But basically, what therapy does is it helps you to see from other perspectives. You are asked questions, and those questions they just open you to more in a very safe environment, right? Where you're able to evaluate and just explore through that thing that you're going through, right? Carefully, without being damaged and all, and you're able to get insight into who you really are, into what is really happening to you, right? And you get solutions. And when you see people that are also going through such things, you're able to like tell them, okay, I understand what you're going through, right? And this is what you can do to make your life better. So normalize therapy. And the last but not the least, so I was thinking, normally professional counseling, my colleagues they are here, and professional counseling, most times they tell you that when you're counseling the clients and stuff, you don't put your beliefs on them, which is normal. You don't put your beliefs on them and stuff. But I felt this is a presentation, right? It's not like I'm doing counseling, but wouldn't it be best for me to share something that works for me, right? I know without doubt that it's a very sure solution. Strong sense of identity. I mentioned during the talk session, know who you are. Self-awareness is important. Know who you are, know your strengths, know your temperament, so that when you behave in a particular way, you're able to understand better. Know your temperament, know the things you like, the things you hate, your behavior pattern and all. Then anchor on Christ, right? Anchor on God. So Philippians chapter 4, 6 to 7 is a popular scripture. We know, be anxious for nothing. That's like almost like an antidote for anxiety in a way, depending on how you look at it or whether you believe it or not. Be anxious for nothing, but with prayer, supplication, and thanksgiving, let your requests be made known unto God. And peace that passeth all understanding, God will fill your heart, basically. And for me, when I saw that scripture, I was like, wait, I already had the knowledge of counseling. I've gone through like the certifications and all. Then reading that scripture again, I was like, wow. But habitually, when you look at anxiety, yes, there are worries, there are fears and stuff. And the truth is that your worry can't control this thing. No matter how much you worry, it's really not going to change anything, right? And stuff. But Philippians is telling us that what fix it, give it to somebody that can handle it, right? Just literally give it. It's not going to be easy, but just trust. When you're able to trust, when you know that there's somebody else that can really help you through this particular thing, you can trust in him, and definitely he's going to help you. So we can't help it. We just have to anchor on someone greater than us. Each and every of us, within us, we know that there is something greater outside of us, and a surer hope that has a sense of security, and he doesn't disappoint. This is a time to really anchor on your relationship with God. If you're a Christian here, or probably if you're Muslim, but if you're a Christian, this is the time for you to really anchor your relationship with God, because tougher times will come. Tougher times will come this year. How prepared are you? How ready are you to face this? Each and every one of us, like Agidi said, we have a story to write. We are all valuable. We have things that we are yet to bring into this world, that if we live with it, as Mount Moro would say, the richest place in this world is the cemetery. Why? Because there are buried dreams and dead dreams and all that are there. We have to release and unleash all the potential that God has put inside of us in this world, right? So just do well to just practice these steps, and you're set, you're good to go. So I think that will be all. Thank you. So you can follow me on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and your That was a brief and really interesting topic, really interesting session. So officially, we'll come to the end of this amazing program. Please put your hands together for that. I'll be inviting our convener to come give his closing and appreciation remarks. All right. Okay. First things first, I want to say thank you to each and every one of you that came from the beginning and stayed till the end. If you know you came here before we started, raise your hand. Please put your hands together for yourself first. Great. And even if you came during the session and you stayed up till this end, please put your hands together for yourself. So everyone, put your hands together for yourself. You are the real MVP. The fact that you stayed up till this end, sacrificing your time, to be here, and even your money as well to be here is a huge investment in yourself. So I want you to take all you've heard today. Please do not go back to the things you know that you were doing that wasn't right or that wasn't helpful to your mental health. Please make a conscious decision right now to make changes, to be a better person. All you've learned from each and every speaker, they dropped a lot of valuable, nuggets and all. So ensure that you make intentional efforts to start implementing, do things right. Okay. All right. I hope you networked. Okay. All right. So I'll call on Pagidi right now to come up. Please let's put our hands together.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, at first it was good morning, everyone, and now it is good afternoon, everyone. Definitely, yes, definitely not the beginning of good night. I really want to thank every one of us for coming here. Like I said, I'm very, very happy. I'm most happy because at least, in the very, very least, I will be able to achieve something. Yeah, and that's still not the end. There is still more to come. I'm very, very happy that I have people coming from different states of the country. I'm not so ambitious yet, so I will not say that different continents, but certainly if I continue with the pace I'm going, it will be different continents. I mean, I already have been pushing.
Yes.
I already have been pushing that, okay, the next one will be in London, the next one will be in Dubai and all that. But I'm very, very happy that I have people that I can, let me put it this way, that some people can shout that please help me and nobody will hear them, but I can say please come and support me, and we have 2, 3, 20 people come. I'm very, very happy and I'm very, very grateful to you for that. Above all, I will still say that we should write our story. I mean, we've had different segments of this event. If I told you, you will not forget, which I'm very sure you cannot forget some things, but write your story. Ensure that, you are not, let me tell you, how do I say it? I'm a third class student, or a third class graduate, let me put it that way. Yes, I'm a third class graduate. But if I did not say it out like this, you would not know. You think, that guy is very smart. He's a first class, he has this, he has that. No. So if you think that about me, then about yourself, you are not a failure. Alright? Wherever pedestal you are on, whatever position you are standing, you are not a failure. And even though sometimes death becomes the only option for you, you still have a chance to fight to live another day. Don't squander your money. There are some things that should also come to our senses at this point in time. As much as we're also speaking about mental health, speak sense into yourself too. I mean, you have a reason to live, but at the same time, you should also give yourself a reason. You see a trailer crossing, that's when you know you want to cross the road. No, look left, look right, look left again before you cross. Alright? So those kind of things. And above all, have the fear of God in you. Yeah. Have the fear of God. Yes. Have the fear of God in you. Why I said have the fear of God in you is that, I mean, even as I am, I don't pray, but I pray. So I still believe in God in many things that I do. If I did not believe in God, my name is Gideon Oluwakwelumi, so I am a God. Yes. So I'm a God. So if I don't believe in God, either the real God or myself, I will not be able to do this. So please have the fear of God in you. Believe in God. Believe in yourself. Believe that there is nothing too small. It's very, very interesting that as I keep seeing all these motivations, and I see that it's very, very reflective. It's something that can do. If you dream it, if you believe it, you can achieve it. Share your dreams with someone. You cannot do it alone. I couldn't have done this alone. Talk to someone, at least, if not anything, I have my brother. Thank God, some people don't have brothers, so if you don't have a brother, talk to your sister. If you don't have a sister, talk to your friend. Or just talk to someone about your dream. And if you see that there's someone you are talking to that is not believing your dream, leave the person, talk to another person. The main thing is that you should live where you are to the next level. Alright? So I have another book coming up in 2026. That one is titled Never Go Back to Your Ex. But I had a child with mine. Alright? So it's coming 2026. 2026 it looks like it's listening, but thank you very, very much. And enjoy. I wish every one of us a wonderful trip back to our various destinations. And those living within Lagos, those living outside Lagos. Please, I need money. If you feel or you have that thing that you love what Pagidi is doing, you love what Pagidi is doing, I need to give you money. You have my number. Tell me, I'll send an account number to you so that you'll be able to, because I'm using the money to push for bigger things. I mean, I can't stop here. I have bigger things I want to do. And I love you all so much. Thank you very much.
Offering.
I'll invite Mom to come and give us a closing prayer. After that, we will have all those kind of videos we usually have to at the end of something. Yes, pictures, videos, and those kind of things. But yeah, I mean, we've come to the end of everything. Yeah. So that was the come and give us a closing prayer.
It's mine.
Yes, because I mean. Please, I want you all to celebrate my mom. It's not easy to have a mom following you about on things like that. I mean, who is that person that you can have that you invite as you invite either your father or your mother as a speaker for sensitive and vulnerable topics like that? So I'm grateful that you are alive. And I know that God will give you more years because even if I don't need it,
for us to have, for Gideon to come to me, I'm a reverend, the father is a reverend, we pastor a church, and we say that he's not going to church anymore. It was another dysfunction. But God helped us. Because which church do you want? I don't want to go to any church. So where will you be? I was be at home.
I'll be my church.
No, it's not building church.
I don't be pastor.
You don't know. You know you are doing this therapy.
Yes.
It's also a pastoral work.
Definitely.
When you talk to people and God has helped you transform lives, and those lives now become
Marketplace.
Apostle in the marketplace.
No.
Your therapy is just the gateway to your apostolic.
Hey,
Stop playing.
Okay. In Jesus' name. Amen. Most High God, we appreciate you for how you have helped us to plan for this program, how you have preserved the day, how you have preserved our lives, how you have blessed us with our resources. Father, Lord God, we have come to the end, but it is actually not the end. It is just the beginning of better decisions, of better things to do with our lives, better things to do with the opportunity, the wisdom, the skills, the gifts we have blessed our lives with. Father, Lord God, we pray, oh Lord, we have come from diverse professions and places. But Lord, we pray, oh Lord, that each of us, you will help us to grow in the name of Jesus. Father, Lord God, those that are having fear to succeed, Father, we pray, oh Lord, that by virtue of this program today, you will help them to push the fear away, that they can do it, and they will surely do it. You will give them the necessary backing. You will give them human backing. You will give them financial backing. You will give them gifts of life, stable health, in the name of Jesus. Father, Lord God, we pray that the next one will be way bigger than this in the name of Jesus. Father, Lord God, we pray, oh Lord, that Pagidi Expressions, in collaboration with all other groups or individuals, you will help it to grow and spread, so that the essence is not just to make a name, the essence is to transform lives. As many people that are privileged of this, it will be a network. They will be spreading the news, and we pray, we look up to a stage whereby suicide will reduce. Help us, oh Lord. It is not just to talk, to give counsel, but to be more proactive. Help us that we will see living as a worthwhile thing. Thank you because you have had. Thank you for all the facilitators. Thank you for all that has been involved in this process. Bless us all and return us safely to our homes. In Jesus' name. Amen.
Very much. Pictures, please. We can end this one.